Thank you. The Milwaukee County Board Committee on Finance will now convene. This meeting is occurring in room 203R of the Milwaukee County Courthouse. Any members of the public wishing to address the committee may provide public comment by either filling out a public comment card in this room, 203R, or by visiting milwaukee.gov/public comment and following the instructions provided to participate via Microsoft Teams. Members of the public may also submit a written e-comment via the County Legislative Information Center click at https://milwaukeecounty.legistar.com upon publication of the committee's agenda. Coordinator Smith, will you call the roll to establish a quorum?
Supervisors Taylor, District 17.
Here.
Taylor, District 5.
Excused.
Rowland.
Here.
Martinez.
Here.
Belinsky.
Here.
O'Connor. Here. Mr. Chairman,
Here.
there are 6 members present, 2 appearing virtually. We have a quorum.
Item number 1, please. And Supervisor Martinez is here. Item number 1, please.
Item 1, from the Director of Capital Finance, Office of the Comptroller, requesting approval of a resolution authorizing the issuance of and establishing parameters for the sale of not to exceed $56,060,000 airport revenue bonds.
I have a notice for a public hearing, and this will apply to items 1 and 2.
Mr. Chairman, if you want to consider item 2, I'll read it into the record.
If you would read item 2 into the record.
Item 2, from the Director of Capital Finance, Office of the Comptroller, requesting approval of a resolution authorizing the issuance of and establishing parameters for the sale of not to exceed $19,325,000 airport revenue refunding bonds.
Thank you, Coordinator Smith. The Finance Committee of the County Board of Supervisors of Milwaukee County, Wisconsin, will hold a public hearing on March 12th, 2026. Pursuant to the requirements of Section 147 Sub F of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986, as amended, the code, and the applicable Treasury regulations. The meeting will be held in this room, 203R, of the Milwaukee County Courthouse Building at 901 North 9th Street, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. The meeting will also be available via live stream. Instructions on how to access the meeting via live stream and how to post a public comment can be found on the agenda for the meeting, which will be posted at milwaukeecounty.legistar.com/calendar with a capital C .aspx, period. The purpose of the public hearing is to consider the issuance by the county of its approximately $56,060,000 airport revenue bonds and $19,325,000 airport revenue refunding bonds, collectively, quote, the bonds. The bonds will be issued as exempt facility bonds for General Mitchell International Airport, a.k.a. Milwaukee Mitchell International Airport, quote, the, quote, airport, unquote, pursuant to Section 142 Sub A, Sub 1 of the Internal Revenue Code. The proceeds of the bonds will be used to finance or refinance improvements at the airport, which is located at 5300 South Howell Avenue, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. The airport is owned and operated by the county. The bonds, if issued will be special obligations of the county payable solely from and secured by a pledge of revenues of the airport. At the public hearing, all persons will be afforded a reasonable opportunity to express their views orally or in writing, whether in person or via live stream, on the proposed issue of the bonds and the location and nature of the projects. Does anyone wish to be heard concerning the projects or the issuance of the bonds? Does anyone wish to be heard concerning the projects or the issuance of the bonds? Does anyone wish to be heard concerning the projects or the issuance of the bonds? Does anyone wish to be heard concerning the projects or the issuance of the bonds? Does anyone wish to be heard concerning the projects or the issuance of the bonds? Does anyone wish to be heard concerning the projects or the issuance of the bonds? Does anyone wish to be heard concerning the projects or the issuance of the bonds? Does anyone wish to be heard? Does anyone wish to be heard? Seeing none, the public hearing on this subject is now closed. Capital Finance Analyst, Capital Finance Manager, Pamela Bryant. Good morning. The floor is yours, ma'am.
Thank you. Since you read both items in, I'll do the presentation for the new money issue and then go right into the refunding.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Chair and Supervisors, Pamela Bryant, Director of Capital Finance in the Office of the Controller. The Office of the Controller is requesting approval of the resolution for the issuance of a not-to-exceed amount of $56.1 million in airport revenue bonds to finance adopted airport projects. The not-to-exceed amount consists of the project amounts of $48.4 million, an inflationary factor of $1.5 million, and cost of issuance and underwriter's discount of $350,000 each, and a contribution to the airport debt service reserve of $5.5 million. The purpose of the reserve is to pay debt service payments if there are insufficient airport revenues to do so. The reserve requirement for the reserve account is an amount equal to the least of maximum annual debt service on the outstanding bonds, 125% of the average annual debt service on the outstanding bonds, or 10% of the principal amount of the outstanding bonds. The total estimated debt service cost is $88.1 million, including $32.1 million in interest costs. Airport debt service expenses are paid from airport revenues. The attached resolution authorizes and directs the controller to request credit ratings and to pay all professional services and other issuance expenses related to the issuance of the bonds. An administrative appropriation transfer will be processed to increase expenditure authority to pay for the cost of issuance. Anticipated expenses include bond counsel fees, airport counsel fees, financial advisory fees, credit rating fees, and other issuance costs. The resolution also delegates approval of the sale of the bonds to the controller. The controller approval is limited to results of the sale that fall within the parameters outlined in the resolution. The parameters for the financing consist of the following: a total not to exceed amount of $56.1 million. The final maturity cannot be later than 2046. The controller shall determine the annual principal payments on each series of bonds, ensuring that each year the principal payments are substantially equal and that the debt service coverage ratio remains at a marketable level. Maximum true interest cost of 7%. Call provisions will be determined by the controller for each series and will be set forth in the approving certificate. And lastly, minimum purchase price of 99% of the par amount of the bonds for each series.
Thank you, Director of Capital Finance, Pamela Bryant.
Okay. Do you want me to go right into the refunding since
Yes,
you read
please.
both items in?
Go on to the second,
okay, will do.
Second item, appreciate it.
Sure. The Office of Controller is requesting approval of the resolution for the issuance of a not-to-exceed amount of $19.3 million of airport revenue refunding bonds to refund the balance of the outstanding airport revenue refunding bonds, Series 2016A, for an estimated savings of $807,000. The Office of the Comptroller has prepared an estimated debt service schedule for the issuance of $17.4 million of 2026 airport revenue refunding bonds with a premium of $1.2 million and $462,000 of budgeted airport debt service reserve funds. The schedule includes a cost of issuance of $174,000 and underwriter's discount of $30,000. The total combined estimated debt service cost is $20.6 million, including $3.2 million in interest costs. The debt service reserve will be paid with revenue. The debt service will be paid with airport revenue. The attached resolution authorizes the issuance of the airport revenue refunding bonds, provides parameters for the issuances, authorizes appropriation transfers to facilitate the transaction, and delegates approval of the sale of the bonds to the controller. The controller's approval is limited to results of the sale that fall within the parameters outlined in the resolution. The parameters for the financing consist of the following: a total not to exceed amount of $19.3 million. The final maturity cannot be later than 2032. The bond shall mature in the years and in the amounts as the controller shall determine, provided that the aggregate debt service on the bonds in all years combined should not be greater than the aggregate debt service on the refunded bonds in all years combined. The call provision will be determined by the controller and will set forth the approving certificate. And lastly, minimum purchase price of 99% of the par amount of the bonds for each series. Mr. Chairman, this concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Director of Capital Finance in the Comptroller's Office, Pamela Bryant. Thank you, Ms. Bryant. Committee members, what is your pleasure? Would you like to separate items 1 and 2, or would you like to take them together?
I'll make a motion to adopt 1 and 2.
Vice Chair Taylor has moved to adopt items 1, the resolutions for items 1 and 2. Is there any further discussion on items 1 and 2? Seeing no indication of such, Comptroller, I should say Coordinator, pardon me, ma'am. Coordinator Smith, will you please call the roll on the motion to adopt?
On the motion by Supervisor Taylor, District 17, that items 1 and 2 be recommended for adoption, Supervisors Taylor, District 17.
Aye.
Taylor, District 5.
Excused.
Rolland.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
Belinsky.
Aye.
O'Connor.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman.
Aye.
6 ayes, 0 noes. The motion prevails.
Thank you. Item number 3, please.
Item 3, from the Director of Capital Finance, Office of the Comptroller, requesting approval of a resolution establishing parameters for the sale of $153,750,000 of general obligation promissory notes to finance various capital projects.
Director of Capital Finance, Pamela Bryant, you have the floor.
Thank you. Mr. Chair and Supervisors, Pamela Bryant, Director of Capital Finance in the Office of the Comptroller. The Comptroller's Office is requesting approval to issue up to $153,750,000 in general obligation promissory notes. These notes will finance various capital improvement projects that have already been approved by the County Board. Based on the total amount, the financing is expected to be issued in 5 separate series, though the final amounts may vary depending upon the project needs and market conditions. The estimated total debt service on the not-to-exceed amount is approximately $225.8 million, including an estimated $72 million in interest. The County Board approved Resolution File 26-208 in February, which authorized the issuance of the notes and allowed the county to reimburse project costs incurred prior to the closing. The parameter resolution authorizes the controller to approve the sale of the promissory notes within specific limits established by the county board. The resolution also allows the controller to open bids, approve the winning bidder, process an administrative transfer to pay the costs associated with the debt service issuance, and deposit any surplus bonds into the debt service reserve. Before the notes are issued, the controller's office will review the projects to ensure they are progressing on schedule. Projects that are delayed may be postponed to a future financing. The office will also review projects to confirm they are all eligible for bond financing and determine whether any projects require cash financing instead. If necessary, certain projects may be financed with taxable debt or cash instead of tax-exempt bonds. In addition, the Comptroller's Office, working with Bond Counsel, will review projects for any private activity issues under federal tax law. If any of the projects require private activity or qualified 501c3 tax-exempt bonds, a public hearing will be scheduled to allow for public comment. Finally, the resolution sets parameters for the financing, including a not-to-exceed amount of $153,750,000, a maximum interest cost of 6.5%, a minimum purchase price of 99% of the par amount of the bonds, a principal repayment schedule that's substantially equal each year, and an anticipated 10-year call provision allowing the county to refinance the debt if interest rates improve. Mr. Chairman, this concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Bryant. Committee members, what's your
Make a
pleasure?
motion to adopt.
Supervisor Steve Taylor moves to adopt. Any questions regarding item number 3? Questions, statements? Seeing none, Coordinator Smith, will you call the roll on Vice Chair Taylor's motion to adopt?
On the motion by Supervisor Taylor, District 17, that item 3 be recommended for adoption, Supervisors Taylor, District 17, Rowland,
Aye.
Martinez,
Aye.
Belinsky,
Aye.
O'Connor. Aye. Mr. Chairman,
Aye.
6 ayes, 0 noes, the motion prevails.
Mr. Chair,
Thank you.
I believe I do see the supervisor from the 5th in the meeting.
Well, I see that she has been in the meeting, but I
Oh,
haven't
okay.
heard her so
Gotcha.
far. I haven't heard her. Maybe she has said something before now, but I haven't heard her. Thank you, Supervisor Belinsky. Item number 4, please.
Item 4, from the Capital Project Manager, Office of the Comptroller, providing an informational report listing the carryovers of operating budget capital outlay appropriations and related revenues. This file is informational only unless otherwise directed by the committee.
Director of Capital Finance, Pamela Bryant. Oh, pardon me. Mr. Rodriguez, good morning. You have the floor.
Good morning, Chairman Johnson and supervisors. My name is Justin Rodriguez, and I am the Capital Project Manager from the Office of the Comptroller. The report before the committee is informational only and lists operating budget appropriations that have been identified by departments as being for capital outlay items that were previously budgeted and need to continue into 2026. Section 3291 of the Milwaukee County General Ordinances states that appropriations for capital expenditures or major repairs shall remain in force until the purpose for which the appropriation has been made has been accomplished or abandoned. In November, our office requested that departments submit requests for items that they need to have continued into 2026. A report was submitted for the January cycle that included one request, and the balance of the requests are included in this file. The table on page 2 of the report lists these carryover items that were received. Capital projects in Infor are budgeted on a life-to-date basis rather than an annual basis. We will provide a list of projects that will be closed in the May or June cycle. We have previously provided a list in the December cycle. With these capital requests, the capital items don't need to be identified in this particular report. Chairman Johnson, this concludes my prepared remarks. If the committee has any questions, I will be happy to address them.
Thank you, Capital Project Manager Rodriguez. Any questions, comments regarding this matter? It's informational. Seeing none, thank you for this particular item. Item number 5, please.
Item 5, from the Capital Project Manager, Office of the Comptroller, requesting approval to allocate $656,340 of lapsed project funds from the Debt Service Reserve DSR and to process the associated administrative appropriation transfers to pay eligible debt service expenses, to place funding into the countywide unallocated contingency account, and to provide additional funding to ongoing projects with shortfalls.
Thank you, Coordinator Smith. Capital Finance Manager Rodriguez.
Thanks again, Chairman Johnson. Our office is seeking to reallocate $247,397 of unspent bonds and notes from the debt service reserve and $408,943 of cash to pay eligible debt service expenses. The total amount is $656,340. These funds relate to projects that were closed as part of County Board Resolution 25723, which was approved by the County Board in the December cycle. In December, approximately $2.2 million was lapsed into the debt service reserve from closed projects. The difference between the $2.2 million and the $656,000, which is included in this report, is approximately $1.5 million. These bonds or notes, the $1.5 million, need to be allocated towards eligible projects. However, our office is still in the process of monitoring which projects are going to be able to spend these funds quickly enough to receive the older bond and note proceeds. We will be submitting a separate resolution to address the $1.5 million that need to be allocated to these eligible projects. For this particular report, a breakout of the unspent bonds being reallocated in this file is included in Table 1, which is on page 1 of the report. Since the total amount of $656,000 is being allocated to pay eligible debt service expenses, there is $656,000 of levy-financed expenditure authority that can be reallocated for other purposes. Table 3, which is on page 3 of the report, lists the recommended allocations. Our office recommends that $247,397 is allocated to address shortfalls in 3 capital projects.
Thanks a lot. Appreciate it.
These include $125,000 for soil testing associated with the bus lift replacements at Kinnickinnick Bus Garage, $50,000 for project WV004601, Warnemont Gun Club remediation, and project WV0059, countywide sanitary sewers. Our office also recommends that $408,943 is allocated to the countywide unallocated contingency account. In January, the Office of Strategy, Budget and Performance and the Department of Administrative Services notified our office that there is a projected operating budget deficit of approximately $800,000 in gas facilities management for the Center for Forensic Science and Protective Medicine. The recommendation to allocate funds to contingency, which is included in this file, is being made to offset part of that estimated shortfall. A separate file was submitted by the Department of Administrative Services to address the shortfall by transferring funding from the unallocated contingency account and completed projects to facilities management. Chairman Johnson, this concludes my prepared remarks. If the committee has any questions, I'd be happy to address them.
Thank you, Capital Project Manager Rodriguez. Supervisor Shaquana Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to be marked in attendance. I was on earlier and had to jump off before you guys started.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Shaquana Taylor. Supervisor O'Connor, then Vice Chair Steve Taylor.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks for the report. There is one line in the report that I would like further clarification on, please. It says tax-exempt bonds issued prior to 2024 are not compliant with IRS expenditure rules because the county has not been able to demonstrate a consistent pattern of spending that reflects a commitment to implementation. That's prior to my time on the board. Could someone help me understand what that statement means? Thank you.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Chairman? Yes. So for bonds that we issue on a tax-exempt basis, the IRS has rules about when those proceeds need to be spent. There's a shorter time frame for when we purchase equipment, and there's a longer time frame that we have for construction projects. So that's what that is in reference to. In order to mitigate that, what we typically would do is that we are proactive by not issuing bonds until projects are ready to spend or have been spending. So it gives them more time to be compliant with those IRS rules. In addition, sometimes we swap funding from one project to another. If we see that one project is having difficulty meeting those IRS targets. But that's what those are in reference to. And one more note, we also issue taxable bonds and notes, and those items do not have expenditure targets that we need to follow.
Supervisor O'Connor.
Thank you, Chair. And are those expenditure rules specific to municipal bonds? Do you know?
I know they're specific to our bonds that we issue. I'm not sure about other bonds.
Thank you.
Supervisor Steve Taylor.
So I want to go down a little bit further in the document. The IRS expenditure rules for tax-exempt bonds, the penalty section. We've paid $150,000 in penalties?
Yes. So the IRS does not want, Supervisor, sorry. The IRS has rules against arbitrage after the bonds have been issued for a certain amount of time. So the county is holding on to those bonds, and in some cases we are earning more money than the interest rate associated with the bonds. And we have penalties that we have to pay in some cases because that we are earning more than the rate that we have on the bonds. Last year, we did pay approximately $150,000 associated with those penalties.
So did we actually earn, I mean, to me that's a loss of $150,000, but do we earn more in an inappropriate manner than the 150, or is this just that we're doing something wrong and then it cost us $150,000? So, I mean, is this a good penalty or a bad penalty? Like, you know, there's different types of blood pressure, right? Yes, right. So do we lose money on do we do something wrong? I mean, because, penalties are never a good thing that I recall.
Director of Capital Finance, Pamela Bryant.
Sure, I'll add to it. Mr. Rodriguez is saying it's not a good thing. You're earning. It's an opportunity cost, in that you're earning more than the rate of the bonds. So when the earnings rates went up, that created earnings more than what we could take in. And so you have to give that back to the feds. The other thing that causes a penalty is when you're not able to expend within the time frames that the IRS allots. And that's more of a struggle for us. So we're, compared to the number of bond issues we were dealing with, the penalty is I would say a smaller amount. We're not quite done finishing up the calculations. There may be one more penalty that would come. That's why we really try to encourage departments to implement the projects. That's why we hold back on issuing the bonds until they start to spend. So we're doing everything that we can to minimize the penalties or not have any. But yes, we had $150,000 that we had to pay back to the IRS, and there may be one more. I think that one might be 85 as we go through. But we're doing everything that we can.
Right, are there repeat offenders? Is there a common, department that's doing this? Because, I mean, this to me seems like if they're not moving projects along in the timely manner, which means the money can't be released, well, that's a management issue then.
Yeah, I think there's numerous reasons for why the projects aren't able to move forward. Some of it is, for example, if a project if we've already issued the bonds and the project is taking a long time in terms of people figuring out what they want to do, then yeah, you're going to run into some issues. I would say it's a countywide issue. I know I haven't looked at it from the standpoint of a repeat offender or anything, but in going through the data, Supervisor, I haven't seen that it's any particular department. I would say it's a countywide issue.
All right, well, then I guess I'd like to get a breakdown and maybe it's in a future report. Maybe every time this happens, we need to know why. I guess I'd like to know why we're paying these penalties. And there's 4 different columns here, 1,000 something, 4,000 something, 42,000, but there's one that's $108,000. I don't know what the next one is going to be, the 5th one that's going to come in, but I kind of would like to know, like, why? There's a reason for it. And I just don't think we should just look the other way and just, all right, next year we're going to have another handful of situations or projects that result in penalties. So if we haven't done a deep dive, if there's a common denominator, a common department, I think we need to start so we can, sit down those individuals and make sure that we're moving projects along. So I don't know how I want to handle this, but if you could look into and maybe send an email to the committee of, and not, just small little, a paragraph, boom, this is why. But I'd like to know. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair, Supervisor, the penalties are assessed by issue. What I can do is identify the issue and then all the projects that made up that issue that still had outstanding bonds, if that's helpful at all.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I don't want to go crazy on this, but it just something doesn't seem right. So I think we need to take a little bit closer look and not just, we can adopt this, that's fine. I think we had a motion, but did we make a motion yet? No?
No, not yet.
I'll make a motion, I guess, to move this along, but I would like to have some further information on why we have $150,000 and counting in penalties.
I think I can get you something.
Okay, thank you so much.
I'll follow up. Sure.
Thank you very much. We have a motion to adopt the resolution for file number 26-292. Any further comments or questions regarding this particular item? Seeing no indication, Coordinator Smith, will you call the roll on the motion from Supervisor Taylor?
On the motion by Supervisor Taylor, District 17, that item number 5 be recommended for adoption. Supervisors Taylor, District 17.
Aye.
Taylor, District 5.
Aye.
Rolland.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
Belinsky.
Aye.
O'Connor.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman,
Aye.
7 ayes, 0 noes. The motion prevails.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, can whoever's controlling the teams, there's this recording and transcription button that needs to be checked out. I'm sure we're going to get a PowerPoint at some point here, and that's going to end up blocking something. So if we could get that checked off, that'd be helpful. Yeah, it's distracting.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Supervisor Shaquana Taylor, we have voted on items 1 and 2, a combined vote. Item number 3 and item number 3. Would you?
Yeah, can I be voted in with the majority in the affirmative, Mr. Chairman?
With the majority, with the affirmative, okay. Coordinator Smith, do you have that?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Taylor, and thank you, Coordinator Smith.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Coordinator.
Item number 6.
Item 6, from the Milwaukee County Comptroller, Office of the Comptroller, providing an informational report regarding the 2026 year-end fiscal projection for Milwaukee County. This file is informational only unless otherwise directed by the committee.
Good morning, Finance Services Manager C.J. Paul.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Supervisors. C.J. Paul, first fiscal report of 2026, which is through January. As you can see, we have a small deficit, one including our contingency. Our contingency for 2026 is $4.5 million. Some of the issues already identified this year include a small revenue deficit in the clerk's office, which is due to marriage ceremony fees, a deficit in the sheriff's office of $4.7 million due to overtime, and a deficit of $1.4 million in the CRC, also due to overtime. I will note that this deficit is less than it was in previous years. The 2026 budget did include additional funding for overtime. Courts is expecting about a $500,000 surplus right now due to their earnings on their various investments. Fringe benefits, our fringe rates this year have sort of been all over the place right now, but in total, the last probably month or so, we've seen some different drops in certain areas, some increases in others. Hopefully these trends will start to settle in the next few months so that we can really predict with accuracy what's going on in that budget and whether we'll see any surplus or deficit at that point. Sales tax in 25 finished with an increase of over 4%. And if we follow that same trend in 26, we will be basically right on budget for 26. And our investment earnings budget in 26 was increased to account for some of the surpluses we've been seeing in the past couple of years. But assuming that we get similar yields throughout 26 as we have in the past couple of years, there's maybe a small surplus available to offset other deficits in the county. So right now, I'm happy to take any questions if you have any.
Any questions? Supervisor Belinsky.
Do we have anyone from the sheriff that was willing to speak to the deficit?
The badge up there, but who is that?
Supervisor Belinsky, I'm not sure that your question was heard.
My question, Mr. Chair, was just if there's anyone from the sheriff who is available to speak to the projected deficit of 4.6 million.
Well, I'll wait a few seconds, and if no one responds, then no one is available. I suspect no one is available. Any other questions? From supervisors on the committee or other supervisors?
Well,
Supervisor Steve Taylor.
I think somebody's turning their mic on. There's a mic on there. You hear that? Somebody's laptop? All right. So it's actually kind of disappointing that there's no one from the sheriff's department. I was going to ask the same question. They know we're going to receive this. I would hope they know that they have a $4.7 million deficit. To think that this committee's not going to ask a question is kind of appalling, to be honest with you. Like, we know every year we're going to be in the red with this department, but to be at 4.7, so if this continues over the course of the year, where are we going to end up? What was this budget projected? Was it a $10 million loss, or what was it? Because we know they're going to have it. We know what the overtime losses are year after year.
Mr. Chairman, this would be what their year-end deficit projection is. It's about 4.6 million right now.
That's what it would be.
Yeah.
So they're going to we're just writing that in, and they're going to just stay level the rest of the year. I mean, someone should be here from the sheriff's department.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess just one follow-up then. So what would this deficit look like had we not approved the additional 20 positions for the department that are unfilled? Because if this is an overtime-based deficit, you'd think that unfilled positions would make that look better.
Mr. Chairman, Supervisors, great question. I'd have to dig in for you and get back to you of what exactly is in there, what their overtime versus salary expenditures look like, and where those are falling. But I can certainly do that and get back to you.
Okay. Yeah, not your area, obviously, so thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Shaquana Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Supervisor Belinsky had my question too, and I am not doing I told you so, but when we talked about those positions before, I absolutely stated if we had problems filling the vacancies they had now, why were we creating more positions, right? And now they are still unfilled and we are in a deficit. I think it is also disrespectful that no one's here to speak. Is there some way that, I guess, I don't know if the other committee feels like just laying it over for a little bit and then having someone from the sheriff's office come over and speak on this would be my suggestion, but I will go with the majority if that's not where we are right now.
I'd like to ask you.
Thank you, Supervisor Taylor. Supervisor Martinez.
I agree with Supervisor Shaquana Taylor. I think that's the best idea because there's no way I would want to push forward with this without having some kind of explanation from the Sheriff's Department. So I'd like to make a motion to lay over.
Supervisor Martinez would like to lay over.
To later in the meeting, right? So when someone, obviously, the ears should be ringing right now in the Sheriff's Department, like, they should be running here, okay? So just lay it over till later in the meeting, and then when they actually show up.
Yeah, a temporary layover would probably be feasible in as much as I believe that every cycle, for every cycle, that this report will be in front of the committee. So, would you move to temporarily lay over this item and return to it later in the meeting, Supervisor Martinez?
I mean, that's the best course of action here. So yeah, I'd like to make that motion to lay over to the temporarily lay over to later in the meeting.
Is there any objection?
No.
So ordered. I should say, Finance Services Manager CJ Paul. I sent you, Auditor Folliard, and the Comptroller, when I was at a conference, some information. Did you receive such?
I did receive it, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Given what had happened with respect to the health contract, I thought this would be something that would be valuable to review. Thank you. Item number 7, please.
Item 7, from the Milwaukee County Comptroller, Office of the Comptroller, providing an informational report regarding contract notifications received pursuant to Sections 44.09 Sub E, 46.09 Sub 8, and 56.30 Sub 8 of the Milwaukee County Code of General Ordinances. This file is informational only unless otherwise directed by the committee.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chairperson and Supervisors. I'm Alexis Gossenhuber, Contracts Coordinator in the Office of the Comptroller. Today I'm presenting the summary of encumbered service contracts and modifications approved in the financial system in January and February of 2026. And I welcome any questions.
Are there any questions regarding the contract notifications prepared by Contracts Manager Alexis Gossenhuber? Any questions? I usually will ask that this report as it relates to contracts so that citizens can see. I usually ask for a motion to receive and place on file.
Mr.
make a motion to receive and place on file.
Thank you, Supervisor. Again, any questions regarding the contracts? And the contracts regarding, the contracts compiled by Ms. Gossenhuber, these are county-wide contracts with respect to encumbrances, contracts over a number of years, some of which will expire this year, at the end of this year, I should say, and some that will be continuing. Supervisor Belinsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just real briefly, what is the nature of the contract with the Milwaukee Police Department that the district attorney holds? Is that for community, like not liaison officers, but CPU officers?
And Mr. Chairperson, could you please give us the contract number?
Sure.
So everybody's on the same page?
Sure, it's not, there's no number. It's just, I'm looking under district attorney, there's line items, and there's $162,000 for Milwaukee Police Department. I guess I have to look at the attachment to see
Sure.
the contract number.
Okay, so in that attachment 2, the purchase order summary,
I am looking in the attachment.
in the district attorney section, so in the PDF, it's page 12. And in attachment 2, it appears as page 9. So in that section for the district attorney's office, I see purchases with the vendor, Milwaukee Police Department. This shows a total amount of the purchases. We would need to look in the Infor financial system under purchase orders to find information about those purchase orders.
Okay, so it's a total of different expenditures. We know the general nature of the agreement, though.
Those could be purchases of commodities, goods, equipment, non-professional services, because they're purchase orders. So they wouldn't be professional services, but they could be a lot of things.
Okay, all right.
Any further questions or comments regarding the contract notifications provided to the committee? There is a motion to receive and place on file. Coordinator Smith, will you call the roll on the motion from Supervisor O'Connor?
On the motion by Supervisor O'Connor that item 7 be recommended to be received and placed on file, Supervisors Taylor, District 17.
Aye.
Taylor, District 5.
Aye.
Rowland.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
Belinsky.
Aye.
O'Connor.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman.
Aye.
7 ayes, 0 noes. The motion prevails.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Item number 8, please.
Item 8, from the President and Chief Executive Officer, Milwaukee Public Museum, providing an informational report regarding financial statements. This file is also considered by the Committee on Parks and Culture, where at their meeting of March 3rd, 2026, this file was discussed with no action taken, and it is also referred to this committee, and it is informational only unless otherwise directed by the committee.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chairman Johnson and committee members. I'm Ellen Sensky, President and CEO of the Milwaukee Public Museum, and I am prepared to give the full report that was given to the Parks Committee, but I wanted to also give you the option of just doing the financials. Up to you.
Oh, I personally appreciate a more robust report than that of just the financials.
Okay. So, as in past meetings, I do an update on the current museum activities, and then I'll do an update on the future museum. So, we completed our second quarter of the fiscal year. Remember, our fiscal year starts in September. And attendance has actually it's been really good. It's tracking ahead of projections, with January's attendance exceeding our goal by almost 9,000. And February actually exceeded by a few thousand. We had more than 31,000 visitors who made MPM part of their winter break plans, and we had an amazing January 1st, which was actually a Coles Thank You Thursday, where we had just under 8,000 people who came to the museum. MPM shared with the public that we will be open through 2026, marking our final, so we are in our final year in the building. And the last day of operation we announced would be January 3rd of next year. So we think our attendance is ahead of schedule because of people coming for their several last visits to the museum. In January, because we announced our last full year in the museum, we decided to kick off a year-long celebration of what we're calling our greatest hits, which commemorates MPM's iconic exhibits with exciting theme days, after-hours social, guest lectures, activities for our young learners. We have a lot of merchandise also that has MPM, so make sure you get it because this is the last year it'll have MPM on it. So there'll be collector's items in the future. Okay. So our greatest hits started with ancient civilizations. Starting this Saturday, we kick off a month-long celebration of dioramas called Diorama Rama. So we'll feature all of our dioramas from the very first one that Carl Akeley did way back in 1890. Then we move on to Rainforests and Butterflies, then Dino Days of Summer, and we will close out the year with our celebration of the streets of Old Milwaukee and the European Village. We also hosted Construction Milwaukee in January and February. This is an annual canned food sculpture exhibit that is done by construction management and architects. They join together as teams. This year, their theme was Can't Forget the Magic, in which they actually, through food, each team did a different museum exhibit and highlighted that in food. So each of the sculptures had to have at least 1,000 canned or non-perishable items. And after deconstruction, we donated nearly 40,000 food items to the Jewish community pantry. MPM, of course, continues to be committed to engaging visitors in the science that we do. So one of the ways we're doing this is that our paleontologists are including museum visitors in their research. What they are doing is having museum visitors help to sort through 1 to 2 million year old shells that were collected from Florida, and those visitors are trained to sort through those specimens and then provide initial identification of them and curation of them, and group them together with like species. So those shells are then being studied by MPM's postdoc Nate Wright, who is determining how they developed and how their development relates to their survival. So I always give you an update on what's going on with the building, and I am not happy to announce that we actually have had an elevator that's been out since since Martin Luther King Day. So as of Monday, that will be 2 months that it's been out. The good thing is we finally received the motor back, and that will be installed today and tomorrow, so just shy of 2 months out. Unfortunately, that motor, when it failed, it actually smoked, and it set off a fire alarm and evacuation of the building. And so that was Martin Luther King Day, a very, very busy day in the museum, and our visitors had to evacuate into 3-degree weather. So this is probably the worst case scenario that you want. So when I say that, we struggle in the building, this is one of those things. We also, this past week, had one of our escalators that went down. So luckily, it only took a week for that to come back up, but again, we continue to deal with issues in the building. In terms of our financials, at the time when we submitted this report, we had concluded we'd done our reconciliation through December. And for that 4-month period, our consolidated financial statements reported an operating surplus of $1.237 million. Consolidated operating revenue was $5.8 million. Consolidated operating expenditures was $4.5 million. And we had a consolidated net assets increase of approximately $646,000 during that 4-month period, ending at the end of November. And in not operating activity, MPM and the endowment's unrestricted investments reported an investment gain of just under $600,000. On the new museum progress, the exhibit fabrication continues, and this includes building out those scenic elements such as the rock walls, grasses, trees, buildings, and diorama backdrop paintings. We've also begun to remove some of the objects that will go on exhibit in the new museum. We have contracted with Research Casting International, that is the premier large specimen mount maker, and they've been providing assistance in moving some of these large specimens and objects. The first one that was removed was the pterosaur, which is our only dinosaur specimen. That was disarticulated and moved to their shop for cleaning and repositioning for the new display. Another large object that was removed was our Haida fishing boat. This was crated and will be moved to the new museum prior to the last windows going in the new museum because the object is actually too large. It's the only object that is too large to fit into the freight elevator in the new museum. So that will be craned into the building to the floor where it'll be exhibited prior to the last windows going in the museum. Labels and graphics are in their final review before production. And we've begun to develop the media elements of the new museum. That includes soundscapes and videos and interactive elements. We've also done some prototyping of those interactives. We've tested 10 different prototypes of the interactives with our visitors to learn, what they like, how they're engaging with them, are they actually understanding what we want them to, and that all of that information then helps us to refine those interactives to make sure that they are working the way they're supposed to. Construction continues to move along on pace. Since last December, the banks of windows that are above the doors those frames have all gone in. All of the windows are in those except in the west side, because that is where those will be the last windows to go in, because that's where things will be craned in. Work on the inside from mechanical, electrical, and plumbing continues, as well as studs for walls and dry walls. That light well is starting to be framed in now as well. The rails for all the collection storage equipment have been put in. Remember, those are going to be compactorized. And so there are rails that those units sit on. They've also put the framework for the 5-story monumental staircase, which is a hanging staircase, so it hangs from the ceiling off of what appear to me to be 2 thin steel rods, but they assure me that they take that weight, and that allowed us to they take less space when you hang it from the ceiling, and that allows for more space for exhibits. We are also pleased to tell you that our goal for workforce on the site has always been 50% Milwaukee County, and we are tracking at 58%. So we are exceeding our goals there. The collection staff continue to make progress inventorying, barcoding, and packing the collection items, and with off-site storage actually upgraded and some of that storage equipment in, we've been able to start moving some of those collection items that will be permanently housed out there, and then we will continue that rotation. Last time I reported with the county's DAS, we co-presented an overview on the disposition of MPM's surplus property. As MPM works towards vacating the building, we still have a lot of planning to do, but I can provide a little more clarity as to the process and when it will commence. So this, remember, is not collection items. All collection items will go to the new museum or to off-site storage. These are the materials that are the props within the exhibits. Also recall, the county owns anything that is built in to the building. We own the things that are removable. And so, and there are props that will not be repurposed into the new museum. So what is going to happen with those? Well, starting in August, from August to December, on the first and third Tuesdays, we will be inviting county departments first to come in and look at materials and determine, and this includes furniture and other kinds of things, but to determine are there things that the county and county departments could use. Then from September to December, the museum will invite museums to come in. And then from October to December, we'll invite nonprofits to come in. Now, this is surplus. This is a surplus property that we won't allow people to take it just yet. We just want them to identify it, and then we will track what people are interested in. And once we close, we will, at that point, contact those people to come and remove the items. So all of the costs associated with those removals will be the responsibility of those respective entities. And we have not yet determined the schedule for when and how we will do a public auction with the remaining stuff. So there's still a lot for us to figure out, but we'll provide updates as we have more information available. And then finally, I'm pleased to share with you on the fundraising side that we have raised more than $212 million thus far. And that includes 47 gifts of $1 million or more, which is pretty phenomenal. And we still have, a little more than a year to go in this campaign. We have seen such strong support from our major donors and public partners, and the momentum continues to build. As we expand outreach to the broader public and community donors, we expect the momentum to build even further. And with the construction progressing steadily, the visible progress reinforces donor confidence and keeps the campaign moving forward. So I would say we have a lot to celebrate. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Dr. Sinsky. Are there any questions of Dr. Sinsky? Supervisor Martinez? Supervisor Martinez.
Thank you very much. Really quick, I just wanted to ask, just as something I didn't ask in the last when you presented in Parks last week, that money from the public auction, the proceeds go to the museum, correct, or do they go to the county?
So for the museum's items, they would go to the museum. If it's a county and the county is involved, then it would go to the county.
Okay, I just wanted to check on that. Thank you, Director Sinsky.
Thank you, Supervisor Martinez. Any other comments or questions from committee members or the supervisor? Supervisor Belinsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There is some in the public who have a degree of confusion over what is the boundary between a collection and a built item and display items. Is there going to be some sort of booklet or handout that can give people an idea of okay, this is what is the museum, this is what is the county's, like, you know, and that's an easy to digest for people that we can share with people that might contact us with concerns.
We can certainly put something together for you.
That'd be helpful. Thanks.
Any other comments, questions? I am asking that a motion to receive and place on file be made available so that the public can see a lot of what Dr. Sinsky has referred to. Supervisor O'Connor?
Thank you, Chair. I'll make the motion to receive and place on file.
Thank you, Supervisor O'Connor. Any further comments or questions regarding the report? Coordinator Smith, will you call the roll on the motion, please?
On the motion by Supervisor O'Connor that item number 8 be recommended to be received and placed on file, Supervisors Taylor, District 17.
Aye.
Taylor, District 5.
Aye.
Rolland.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
Walensky.
Aye.
O'Connor.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman.
Aye.
7 ayes, 0 noes. The motion prevails.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sinsky. Item 9, please.
Item 9, 2026 Wealth Path PSC Amendment to increase existing contract. This file was also referred to the Committee on Judiciary, Law Enforcement, and General Services for informational purposes only per Section 59.52, Sub 31, Sub D, Wisconsin State Statutes. And at the meeting of the Committee on Judiciary, Law Enforcement, and General Services, this file was discussed with no action taken. That was their March 10th meeting, and this file referred to this committee for action.
Superintendent.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and Supervisors. Chantel Jewell, Superintendent of the Community Reintegration Center. Mr. Chair, I would respectfully request that this file be held over to the call of the chair. We've had some changes to some items in court regarding the consent decree, and we are also in continuous conversation with WellPath, and we want to make sure that we are requesting something that will bring forth the best outcomes for the individuals in our care, as well as Milwaukee County. And so because of the court, the changes with the court dates or some things have been pushed back, we feel like this time will allow us a better opportunity to work with WellPath to achieve to achieve the best outcomes for individuals in our care.
Superintendent, Deputy Corporation Counsel has provided us with an email recommending that that recommendation be approved. And committee members, do you have anything to say with respect to the recommendation that this item is laid over to the call of the chair? And with that, Superintendent, would you please do what needs to be done to forward a report when the time comes to go forward for a determination, given the court's action to go forward, to look toward, be rid of the Christensen's consent decree. Supervisor.
Mr. Chair. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Supervisor Walensky.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess, so there's a couple considerations here, right? There's how quickly can we get the people that need to be seen by dentists seen at the speed with which we would like them to be seen. That's my primary concern. Then there's the concern of who pays for that. And it sounds like from what I've heard from you and from the department is that you think that maybe we have a better chance of having WellPath eat the cost if we wait. But my sort of question is, does waiting make us more or less likely, or does it speed up the timeline or slow down the timeline of getting the consent decree criteria for dental care met, whether or not it gets lifted or not?
Good morning, Chairperson, Supervisors, William Davidson, Deputy Corporation Counsel. Supervisor Belinsky, if I can try to respond to the question. I think that what I want to make clear is that we are continuing to talk with WellPath about any number of potential solutions to ensure that folks in our care are receiving the most timely dental care that they can. I emphasized, I think, Tuesday at Judiciary that WellPath is providing dental care to these individuals, just not at the timeliness that the consent decree presently requires. And so we are working together as partners to try to figure out if there are process issues, if there are space constraints, if there are other kind of structural concerns that, if resolved, can just kind of organically, I guess, speed up the care that's being provided. We are also looking at the possibility that additional dental staff may be needed in order to achieve that, or some combination of the two. So where we are right now is with the circuit court, with the consent decree having moved the dates. We were originally anticipating having a substantive motion hearing in the last couple of weeks in court. The circuit court judge moved the dates. We now have a status date at the end of June, and a status date means that there will be nothing substantive coming at the end of June. There will be no arguments, there will be no consideration of the briefs at that time. We anticipate this fall being the soonest that there will be any substantive updates in the consent decree litigation. And so with that, we do have some additional time that we can try to get this right. And so WellPath presently is taking great care to conduct kind of a survey of the current provision of services to see if there are some of those structural issues that can be resolved, which will just inherently speed the care that's being given. We're, again, internally discussing and with WellPath discussing also the additional provision of staff if that's necessary, but we just don't have the information yet. We anticipate having that in the next 30 to 45 days or so, that we'd be able to make a more informed decision about what that next step looks like.
Sure, and I guess that's sort of an operational question, but how does approving this money now hurt your chances of continuing that same process you're talking about?
Supervisor, I think that that's perhaps a discussion that could be better for a closed session, or a discussion that I'd be happy to have with you after this meeting, but I would be uncomfortable discussing that further at this time.
Okay, and I guess, yeah, I'm just not comfortable myself voting to lay something over to, if I can't sort of get that answered. So if we want to put this at the foot of the agenda and do a closed session then, or what would the committee like to do?
Well, it's not noticed for
It's not noticed for
so
closed?
there's nothing we can do about that today.
Supervisor, I would just,
I did read your email, and, it's just something I'm not fully satisfied.
Any other comments, questions regarding item number 9?
Mr. Chair.
Supervisor
Rowland.
Supervisor Rowland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll move to lay it over to the call of the chair.
Supervisor Rowland moves to lay over to call of the chair. And again, Superintendent, with respect to this happening, if it does happen, then for whatever time period is going to occur with the conversations with WellPath, whatever's going to happen in the future, then this layover to the call of the chair is not to bury this thing, but to keep in mind that it should be addressed in the future. That's because sometimes layovers to the call of the chair means that something doesn't go further. And so regardless of the timing, there should be a request to have something on an agenda so that it can be addressed in whatever form that's going to happen.
Understood, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Superintendent. We have a motion to lay over to the call of the chair. Any further comments, questions? Supervisor Shaquana Taylor.
Hey, Mr. Chairman, thank you. I just wanted to reiterate to Supervisor Belinsky what you just said. That is the call over of the chair, and if for some reason it was back on the agenda and we knew it, it can either be called into closed session so you can get your questions answered, or now it gives you time to get your questions answered before we bring it back. So.
Well, thank you for the reminder. If this is to be dealt with in the future, there should be a provision so that if we need to go into closed session, that the item will be noticed as such. Thank you, Supervisor.
No, thank you.
Shaquana Taylor. We have a motion by Supervisor Rowland to lay over to the call of the chair. Any further comments, questions? Coordinator Smith, will you call the roll on the motion, please?
On the motion by Supervisor Rowland that item 9 be laid over to the call of the chairperson, Supervisors Taylor, District 17.
Aye.
Taylor, District 5.
Aye.
Rowland.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
Belinsky.
No.
O'Connor.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman.
Aye.
6 ayes, 1 no. The motion prevails.
Thank you very much. Item number 10, please.
Item 10, WellPath Amendment 8 for People in Our Care, PIOC, Healthcare Services Extension. This file was referred to the Committee on Judiciary, Law Enforcement, and General Services for informational purposes only per section 59.52 sub 31 sub D Wisconsin State Statutes, and at the March 10th, 2026 meeting of that committee, this action report was discussed with no action taken, and it is referred to the Committee on Finance.
Superintendent Chantel Jewell.
Good morning again, Chair and Supervisors. Chantel Jewell, Superintendent of the Milwaukee County Community Reintegration Center, here before you regarding our current existing WellPath contract, which is set to expire at the end of this month, March 31st, requesting to exercise the first of three one-year contract extensions, which will begin April 1st. Also requesting an amendment to the contract for parties to enter into agreement with the Wisconsin HIV Drug Assistance Program, which it will be a benefit to the residents in our care.
Any comments, questions regarding what has been presented for item number 10? What is the pleasure of the committee?
I'll make a motion to adopt.
Supervisor Steve Taylor moves to adopt the resolution for item number 10. Coordinator Smith, will you call the roll on the motion, please?
On the motion by Supervisor Taylor, District 17, that item 10 be recommended for adoption, Supervisors Taylor, District 17.
Aye.
Taylor, District 5.
Aye.
Rowland.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
Belinsky.
Aye.
O'Connor.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman.
Aye.
7 ayes, 0 noes. The motion prevails.
Thank you. Item number 11, please.
Item 11, from the Executive Zoo Director requesting authorization to execute a professional services agreement with Traditions LLC for the installation of event decor for a Zoo's Wild Lights event. This file was referred to the Committee on Parks and Culture for informational purposes only per section 59.52 sub 31 sub D Wisconsin State Statutes, and at the March 3rd, 2026 meeting of Parks and Culture, this action report was discussed with no action taken, and it is referred to the Committee on Finance.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chairman and Supervisors. Vera Westfall, Deputy Zoo Director, and I have with me is Emily Salentine. She's the Director of Marketing and Communications, and she will present this item for us. Good morning.
Director of Marketing and
Communications.
Salentine.
Yes.
Please proceed.
Good morning, Chairman and Supervisors. We have selected Traditions through the RFP process to be our holiday lights contractor. So they will design, install, and maintain all the decor along our 1.5-mile route for the event. This includes large animal sculptures, our wrapped trees, overhead elements, all of the tunnels. Wild Lights is our holiday light show. It's 25 nights in November and December. Last year, we drew close to 50,000 guests. We're already looking for how to build it for this year and continue to grow revenue and attendance. We welcome any questions.
Supervisor Belinsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. How many bids did you get for this RFP?
We received 2.
Just 2. And is this the contractor you had been working with, or is this a new one?
This is our the one that has been doing it for the past 3 years.
3 years.
Yep, and they have done really great work for us.
My kids approve.
Good.
Any other comments, questions?
Motion to adopt.
Supervisor Steve Taylor, the Vice Chair of this committee, moves to adopt the resolution. Any further comments, questions? Coordinator Smith, will you call the roll? Would you call the roll on the motion to adopt?
On the motion by Supervisor Taylor, District 17, that item 11 be recommended for adoption, Supervisors Taylor, District 17.
Aye.
Taylor, District 5.
Aye.
Rowland.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
Belinsky.
Aye.
O'Connor. Aye. Mr. Chairman.
Aye.
7 ayes, 0 noes. The motion prevails.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I saw not too long ago Chief Deputy Brian Barco. Is he still available? Yes, yes, ma'am. Well, if you would, please do that.
Item 6. From the Milwaukee County Comptroller, Office of the Comptroller providing an informational report regarding the 2026 year-end fiscal projection for Milwaukee County. This file is informational only unless otherwise directed by the committee.
Chief Deputy Brian Barco.
Mr. Chair, Supervisors, Brian Barco, Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office. Chief Deputy, I apologize for no one from the Sheriff's Office being here earlier. It was an internal miscommunication. Our fiscal manager is out of the office, and there was a misunderstanding with who should be here. So, like I said, my apologies.
Questions from Supervisor Belinsky?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I just wanted to sort of update on the staffing levels, vacancies. I know there's been issues with lots of FMLA, whether those have improved, and just, if there's any sort of indication with the new recruiting classes that we might get this 4 something down to a smaller number by the end of the year.
Mr. Chair, Supervisors, yes, staffing obviously still remains an issue. FMLA usage is still a concern as far as the rate or the frequency of the use of it. There are promising things that early on in the year here, we have, late last year, we developed a recruitment team. That team has attended, I want to say, 9 events this year already. January was very slow, but between February and March, we've been at a number of colleges. We've been up to Eau Claire, Wisconsin. We've basically been anywhere we can go within the state We are even down in Chicago recruiting. It's kind of early to say, how that's going to pan out, but our April class, for example, we're looking at about 18 correctional officer recruits starting that class. We have double digits that we're anticipating for even May and beyond. And I know 2025 numbers are still kind of being worked, but initially it was thought of about 5.1, and it's probably even going to be 1 million or more less than that, and it could even possibly go lower. So I say all that to say, at the sheriff's office, we continue to work to reduce the overtime, but at the end of the day, the overtime has to do with the staffing, and we are trying everything to recruit, but at the end of the day, we're also competing with all of the other municipalities that are also facing shortages, vacancies. And so that's why we have looked to go outside of the state to try to pull and recruit, like I said, down in Illinois, Chicago, up north. There's even an event that we're looking to go to over in Detroit. We're trying to, to use the analogy, the same pool has been fished over and over and over again. So we're trying to look outside of the state to actually recruit and bring people in, because the pool is the pool. So, but like I said, early on with these recruiting events, we were just at Bryan Stratton College Tuesday. That event went very well. That Eau Claire event, we got a number, about a dozen or so individuals that are interested in doing a ride-along. They're interested in a job, potentially a career at the sheriff's office. So we're going to continue a very strong recruiting platform throughout the entire year. And where we can cut overtime, we are cutting. For example, the runs down at the lakefront, we're working with MCDOT to look at using like heavy equipment, vehicles, trucks to actually close off lanes or intersections, ramps where we could, or using like those portable Jersey barriers or GM walls, where if we can do that where we're not staffing it with a deputy sheriff and a squad on overtime, like I said, we're looking at all of these different, possibilities to continue to reduce overtime. And we are trending in the right direction, but at the end of the day, it boils down to staffing, and then the FMLA, which, we believe fixing the staffing will help to fix that. In my opinion, I think it will definitely reduce it. I don't know that it will entirely eliminate it.
The special events, that overtime is paid for by the event organizers, no?
Some is, and some is not.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
I recall that for the resolution that provided the new positions, that a couple of things were anticipated, retirements, and the fact that some people who are trained here actually go to some of the other law enforcement agencies in the county. That contributes to the lowering of positions that have been filled, taking people away from those positions too. So, Supervisor O'Connor.
Thank you, Chair, and my question is in relation to that. So thank you for talking about some of your recruitment strategies. I know that personally on some of my social media feeds, I think it is, I've seen recruitment pushed to me for federal law enforcement. positions? So you mentioned other municipalities are posing some competition. Are you seeing competition from the federal level too?
Yeah.
And has that changed at all? Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Supervisor, yes, I mean, we are competing with local, state, and federal organizations for these positions. Like I said, we've all fished out of the same pool, right? And so if the pool is not filling up, well, then you're getting what you're getting, which is why we have made a very strong push and a very strategic push to move outside of, like, say, southeastern Wisconsin and try to recruit from other areas, and to include even out of state. We do a lot of advertising on social media. Because quite frankly, I mean, we just don't have a very large marketing budget to do like billboards and digital signage or things like that. And I don't know, I mean, I think there's mixed results with that. I mean, sometimes I think it might be impactful or effective, and then others probably not. So we have a very strong presence. We try to maintain a very strong presence on social media, working with a number of our community partners. We just had a meeting yesterday that involves working with youth that are interested in career in corrections or law enforcement. So, all of those things will open up that pipeline so that we can feed it. Unfortunately, and I get it, it isn't happening fast enough, and I understand that. But there is also, I think it's Amendment 30 from Supervisor Alexander, where we are looking in and doing a study, both us and the Community Reintegration Center, that deals with like looking at, the background process and just the overall hiring process as a whole, to see where we could potentially maybe streamline that or shorten it. A background investigation takes, and the state of Wisconsin is very specific as to what they define as a complete background, but as long as we're hitting all those points or completing all those steps, if there's somewhere that we can shorten things. The other thing, and I mentioned this, I forget what committee, but I do know that, childcare, I think, is a concern for a lot of our staff. And so, looking at where Milwaukee County could become maybe even more competitive, or in that regard, that would draw people to these jobs. Unfortunately, many will start them, but then if they don't have adequate childcare or there's pitfalls there, they end up having to quit. So, looking at ways, at possible ways on how we could maybe prevent that and keep them employed.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, to piggyback off that, Mr. Chair, can I say one thing?
Supervisor Belinsky and Supervisor Shaquana Taylor.
Thank you. Just to piggyback off what Supervisor O'Connor said, I almost wonder if literally providing the childcare and paying childcare provider would be cheaper than what we're losing in the FMLA and overtime. As a net benefit. So, just a thought.
Supervisor Shaquana Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I heard you say something about you guys are reaching out to the youth. Has there been any conversations in reference to, like, I know the MPD has that police aid program, like the 17 to 19-year-old. The firefighters have the firefighter export program for younger individuals. Is that something that may be possible with the sheriff office as we align or trickle those young people into the field?
Ms. Chair, Supervisor, great question. Yes, the Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office does have, we call it a cadet program, very similar to what Milwaukee Fire Department, Milwaukee Police Department does. I want to say we have maybe 18, 20-ish young people that are in that. They recently, earlier this year, competed at a competition up in the Dells. They actually took best team or overall best team. They placed first in, I believe it was incident command, and they placed in some other areas at the annual, it's one of many annual competitions. It was earlier this year in January. So yes, we also recently had a meeting with a possible partner where we are looking at doing some work like mentorship with young people that are at risk. So all of these things, like I said, we're trying to, like I said, open up that pipeline. I understand that isn't the immediate fix, but long term, I do think it will be more sustainable.
Thank you. And out of those, and if you don't have it now, if you can just send it to the committee, out of those individuals that go through the cadet program, can you tell us or send it to us the percentage of those that later come on to become sheriff or come into the county? And then also, I know this is the last thing, Mr. Chairman, that MPS has a Black and Latino male program too. It may be great to just tie into them. Like you said, it may not be immediate, but some of those individuals coming out of high school too. We often talk about our community and things that happens with law enforcement, right, and communities of colors, and I think having that relationship can build on not just trust, but a better, all positive, productive environment for all of us. So those are just a couple of things I think we should look into. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Lieutenant Benson.
Thank you, Supervisor. Taylor, any other further comments, questions regarding the Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office as it relates to the item that was before the committee regarding where our budget is for at least the first 2 months of the year? Any other further comments, questions? Seeing no indication of such, thank you very much, Chief Deputy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Supervisor.
Item number 12, please.
Item 12, from the Executive Director of Parks requesting authorization retroactively submit and accept bridge infrastructure grants from the DNR. This file was also referred to the Committee on Parks, and we're at their meeting of March 3rd, 2026. This file was recommended for adoption by a vote of 5-0, and it is also referred to this committee for action as well.
Contracts Manager Robert Senglob, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Robert Singlob, Contracts Manager, Milwaukee County Parks. We're here to ask for authorization to retroactively submit and accept Wisconsin Department of Natural Resources Recreational Trails Program Grant, or RTP for short. This would help us improve some of our bridge infrastructure. Each of these projects are not to exceed $100,000 per project. The 2 projects we're looking at is replacement of the Oak Leaf Trail pedestrian bridge over the Root River near Highway 100 and Cold Spring Road. And then the second one would be replacement of 2 Menominee River Trail bridges within the Menominee River Parkway in Wauwatosa. So the RTP is a reimbursable grant program that requires local match. The local match for this project would come from some capital funding that was approved back in 2023. The project number for that is WP 073901. In the past few years, Parks has been awarded around $382,901, which helped us with 4 separate projects. So these projects, like I mentioned, the Oak Leaf Trail project would replace the pedestrian bridge over the Root River. And then there's 2 bridges, the Menominee River Parkway, which crosses the Menominee River in Wauwatosa, which is near the Honey Creek confluence, and these would help support public access and improvements. So we're assuming, if these are authorized, if we get authorization from you and then authorization from the DNR, that these would be $100,000 each, so $200,000 in total, which would mean $40,000 would come from that local match based on the approval in the 2023 budget.
Thank you, Mr. Singhal, Parks Contracts Manager. Thank you very much. I believe I saw a hand over to the left, Supervisor O'Connor.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for the part here. And in Parks Committee, I move for approval.
Supervisor O'Connor moves for approval. Any further comments, questions? Supervisor Belinsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My only question is just on the retroactivity. What's the time difference between when it was applied for and when we're getting the approval?
Yeah, so when we were able to finally kind of determine which projects handle the funding, the deadline had already passed for the January cycle. So the grant application was due March 1st. We do have a grants coordinator on staff now, part of my team, who's been with us for 9 months now, and why she's still getting the lay of the land, working with our planning department. That's why we kind of fell in between board cycle meetings, so that is why we are retroactively asking for permission, and then a future acceptance. Like I said, the grant was due March 1st, and then we would find out in the next couple months if we have been awarded any of the funds.
Thank you.
Any further comments, questions regarding item number 12? There is a motion by Supervisor O'Connor. Coordinator Smith, will you please call the roll on that motion?
On the motion by Supervisor O'Connor that item 12 be recommended for adoption, Supervisors Taylor, District 17.
Aye.
Taylor, District 5.
Aye.
Rolland.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
Belinsky.
Aye.
O'Connor.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman.
Aye.
7 ayes, 0 noes. The motion prevails.
Item 13, please.
Item 13, from the Clerk of Circuit Court, requesting authorization to execute a professional service agreement with Credit Service International for the collection of court-ordered judgments and tax refund intercept processing for the time period of April 1st, 2026 through March 31st, 2028, with 2 renewable extensions of 2 years each. This file was referred to the Committee on Judiciary, Law Enforcement, and General Services for informational purposes only per Section 59.52, Sub 31, Sub D, Wisconsin State Statutes, and at their meeting of March 10th, 2026, this action report was discussed with no action taken, and it is referred to the Committee on Finance.
Good morning, Clerk of Circuit Courts, Anna Maria Hodges. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair and Supervisors. Again, yes, I'm here just to request the ability to execute the contract with for the collection of our fines, forfeitures, and unpaid debts to the Clerk of Circuit Court's office. Within your report, and I do want to give some clarity with regard to some questions that we talked about at the meeting, the previous meeting. When you look at your fiscal note, I just want to draw attention to it because I think there might be questions on this. And I know I should never open these doors, but I want to be clear. On the final page, at the top, we discussed those numbers that at the top, they go from 2015 through 2025. Those numbers represent a running tally of my debts. So it's not that I'm assigning 17 million a year. So it's a running tally. So at the bottom, it was true that it tells you that 1.3 came back to the county, and then how everything else broke out. So I just wanted to be certain that I was clear in my presentation that it does not represent that I'm turning over $17 million worth of debt for 2025, 11.9 for 2024. I just wanted to clarify on that part. I came to you previously and asked that this be that I had the opportunity to extend the contract while procurement handled the full RFP process. That's now occurred, and that's why I'm here.
Committee members, any questions regarding the Clerk of Circuit Court's presentation? We have a resolution before us. What is the pleasure of the committee? Supervisor Bielanski.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one question I didn't think of on Tuesday. So in addition to the fee that we're sort of paying for this collections agency, they're also charging fees on top of that to the people who are paying for the fines. Is that, I assume that's standard practice, but has there been comparisons done lately? When was the last time we had an RFP on this?
So thank you, Supervisor. The previous contract lapsed actually prior to me taking office, so 2022.
Okay.
It has gone through the full process now where we solicited bids and did that.
Mm-hmm.
I will say that, so when we talk about fees being attributed to individuals, historically, my office has done it this way as opposed to turning the debts over to the state for collections, because when you turn it over to the state, a collection fee is automatically added to the principal. If the way that we do it, they actually only pay, they take their fee out of the money that they actually receive. So it's not an additional fee that people are charged. So I don't know if that helps or if that answers your question.
Oh, so it's not like they have a $100 fine and they pay it and it's actually 110 because they paid. No. It's just that they get a portion of that 100.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Got it.
And we actually even negotiated a bit better on this in the final, in that the percentage, everyone that does business and pays things by credit card, there's an automatic fee on there. We actually negotiated and got that lower as well.
Yeah. That used to be illegal until I think it was last Trump administration, they repealed that rule, and now you can charge extra percentage on credit cards, and I think that's silly. But
yeah, that's been the reason for my maintaining this position, is just because the thought is, my feeling has been, if you couldn't pay 500, if I make it 600, it doesn't make it any better for you. So
right.
Any further comments, questions? Supervisor Shaquana Taylor, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We do have a resolution before us, right? Does it need a
That's correct.
Motion for approval?
Yes.
Yep, I would like to move the motion for approval.
Supervisor Shaquana Taylor moves to approve. Any further comments? Questions? Coordinator Smith, will you call the roll on the motion?
On the motion by Supervisor Taylor, District 5, that item 13 be recommended for adoption, Supervisors Taylor, District 17.
Aye.
Taylor, District 5.
Aye.
Rowland.
Aye.
Martinez.
Excused.
Bielanski.
Aye.
O'Connor. Aye. Mr. Chairman.
Aye.
6 ayes, 0 noes. The motion prevails.
thank you.
Thank you.
I apologize. I had to step away for a second. I am back, and I'd like to be voted in the majority.
So ordered. Thank you, Supervisor. Item number 14, please. When you get an opportunity.
Item 14, 2026 Adopted Budget Amendment 2 from the Office of Corporation Counsel to provide an informational report describing the governance structure of Milwaukee Transport Services, Inc. This file was also considered by the Committee on Transportation and Transit at their March 4th, 2026 meeting, and it was discussed with no action taken, and it is referred to the Committee on Finance and is informational only unless otherwise directed by the committee.
Corporation Counsel William Bill Davidson.
Good morning, Chairperson, Supervisors. William Davidson, Deputy Corporation Counsel. You should have received a copy of the report that the Office of Corporation Counsel prepared in response to this budget amendment request. I won't belabor the points in it, but briefly just provide that the current governance structure of MTS, which manages MCTS, is such that Milwaukee County, the Milwaukee County Board of Supervisors provides general policy oversight for MTS, with the President and CEO of MTS providing the day-to-day administrative oversight and work with his team. With that, the MTS board, I will just note, is comprised almost exclusively of Milwaukee County officials and employees. 4 of the 5 board seats include 1 county board supervisor who is appointed to the MTS board. There are then 3 other Milwaukee County Department of Transportation officials, including Director Lamers, who I believe who is here in the room as well, and then CEO Steve Fuentes, as the MTS President and CEO, is the 5th member of that board. With that, I'm happy to take any questions that any of you might have.
Any questions? Supervisor Steve Taylor.
The report, you're talking about the 3-page document?
Yes.
That's the report?
Yes.
Can we get like a nice flow chart with pictures and titles and that just lays it out? Is that something you could provide to us?
Could certainly do that, yes.
So what is the exact role of the county board regarding, you just run through that. What do we have oversight exactly? Like we control the purse strings to a certain extent, right?
That's
just
correct.
Overall that.
Certainly. The county board's policy oversight role is not unlike it is for Milwaukee County as a body itself. There is broad authority to request and demand, frankly, reporting, updates, information from the MTS board, from MCTS as the entity that it's operating. There is opportunity for this body to set policy goals and expectations for the transit system that MTS operates. With that, as you said, Supervisor, the purse strings are a significant lever that this body and the board generally have over any appropriations that are being made to MTS to operate MCTS.
Day-to-day operations?
Day-to-day operations are left to the CEO of MTS and his team. Of course, those folks, including the CEO, report ultimately to the MTS board. Again, that board is controlled almost exclusively by Milwaukee County.
And what was the breakdown again? What are the board appointees and where do they all come from? Like that's why I said I think if we could do a graphic, that'd be really helpful because that we can share on our social media and that. So that's why I like it. Maybe MCTS can help. I mean that you guys know that. I would really like to see that. But so go back to the reporting again, or the appointing again.
So Milwaukee Transit is a non-stock, nonprofit corporation that's been incorporated since 2014. And with that, it does have a governing board that is required by state statute for the type of entity that it is. And through the MTS Articles of Incorporation, MTS has given to Milwaukee County this broad policy oversight and authority. And with that, it has specifically provided that the 5 board members for MTS are comprised of 1 supervisor who is appointed by the chairwoman. Presently, that supervisor is Supervisor Stephen Shea. There are then 4 other members who are not similarly appointed, but they hold their position as members of the MTS board by way of their other positions within Milwaukee County and the MTS governance structure. And so those folks include Director Lamers, as the current director of the Department of Transportation, John Rogers, and Michael Bickerstaff are all Department of Transportation employees who sit and comprise 3 of those 5 board seats. The 5th seat is reserved for the president and CEO of MTS and MCTS, who is Stephen Fuentes.
So all the 5, the county board has oversight over 1.
The county board has direct appointment authority of 1 position, yes.
When it comes to, like, say, day-to-day, so when it comes to routes, can we force a route? I know in the budget we created, almost $5 million and said, here's what we'd like. But at the end of the day, do we have if we say we want this route and these hours and this many times a day, do we have the authority to do that?
Certainly, of the MTS board, there's at least 1 vote that would come directly from this body. I would say also that, again, the significant lever is the financial lever that the board can pull. And so if there is an appropriation to be made, it can be made specifically for a purpose. The board can certainly communicate or convey that future appropriations will be subject to certain acts occurring or not occurring. And those discussions can be had throughout the year and certainly during the budget season.
So when we did that amendment, they came back with recommendations of here's how we're going to do it. We could have said we reject that completely. We don't like this at all. We want to shift it really. Like, I know we told you these 4 or 5 routes because we weren't specific on the number of times. Could we have said, no, go back to the drawing board and you need to come back and this is exactly what we want to see? Do we have that authority?
To the extent that that decision is tied to any sort of appropriation, certainly the appropriation can be held either in favor of or pulled away from a decision.
Okay, so the purse strings is really the real way that we can control what happens. But in terms of the board itself, there's 1 out of 5 actually come from us. So we're definitely outnumbered as a body. So it is, and based on the numbers, 3 are from the administration. So 3 of the 5 directly answer to the county executive.
Correct.
3 of the 5 are a county executive. 1 is appointed by the chairwoman, and then the other 1 is basically hired by the board?
Yes.
Essentially because they get hired and then they're in that position.
Yes.
Okay. I think I appreciate that, but I would like to see something, a graphic. Thank you.
Supervisor Belinsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And at Transit Committee, we discussed this item and we looked at the notes and everything, and it basically seems like the MTS board only really typically meets once a year for like an organizational meeting, and that's really all the business that they do. And so it's not like this board is really voting on a lot of stuff, but my question then, and it would remain, is whether it's the state law that determines the structure of the MTS board, or if it's an ordinance that we could, if we say wanted to add driver representation to it, or more board representation to that board and make it a more active body. So wait the answers to those questions whenever they are available, but.
Can we ask those questions? You could ask.
If anyone has an answer, they can certainly provide it.
So the current structure of the MTS board itself is governed by the MTS Articles of Incorporation. Again, that ties back to the type of entity that MTS is. So if those articles were to be amended, and it would be the MTS board that would decide to amend those Articles of Incorporation, the board could be comprised differently.
Supervisor Steve Taylor.
Well, and let's be clear, the reason why this was here and why this is important to be laying this out, which is why I do want to have something created that we can share, is when we had the issue of the $10.9 million shortfall and how there was basically a cover-up of the board, and how we found out at the very end, as did the county executive, in no way, shape, or form was the county board responsible. And yet there were those out in the community that were trying to hang us for something that we had nothing to do with. And clearly we know now, based on the structure, we have 1 out of 5 votes. And 3 of them are appointed by, or they're answered to the county exec based on their employment with Milwaukee County. And when this all went down, 1 of the 3 retired/resigned, retired, I would say, and then the other one resigned. So we had 2 of the 5, right? 2 of the 5 left. the board, correct?
I believe that's correct.
So 2 of the 5 never came and sat in those 2 chairs and answered questions that I'm sure we would have had. So, but the county supervisor is still here, and going to be reelected, and I think he's chair of transportation. So I just really think that, like I said, this amendment came from the fact that we're not going to get, like I said, hung for things that we're not responsible for. No different than the healthcare debacle. That's not our fault either. So, but I would appreciate to get that what I requested.
Thank you, Supervisor Taylor. Supervisor O'Connor.
Thank you, Chair, and I appreciate this discussion. So I guess the other place where maybe like some of the issues like the deficit that was unforeseen, where that possibly could have come to more public attention, and I'd have to review the bylaws again. But if the frequency of that board actually meeting and discussing items and then also having those meetings recorded, are those subject to our regular committee rules where they have to be publicly noticed and available on the county legislative calendar? And I apologize for not seeing this part in the bylaws, but is it they must meet up to, is it just a requirement of once a year, or is there the ability to meet more frequently? I know this was discussed a little bit in JLEGS about potentially being redundant with Transportation and Transit Committee, but just kind of trying to think through like where else those issues could possibly come to light.
Corporation Counsel Scott Brown.
Good morning, everyone. Corporation Counsel Scott Brown. Specifically as to the MTS board and their meeting cadence and how they conduct them, I wanted to remind them they're represented by separate counsel from us. And the way they operate is under Wisconsin state corporate law, which is different from public governmental bodies. So it operates essentially as a private corporation. Those meetings aren't noticed. Those meetings can also be done by what's called a consent resolution, where you circulate a document, everyone signs it, and the meeting doesn't actually have to occur. That's not based on the advice given from our office. That's just how they are operating, because they're technically operating under the corporate law of Wisconsin rather than the open meetings law that you guys operate under.
Any further questions, Supervisor O'Connor? Or?
Not at this time. I need a little while to think about that. Thank you.
Thank you. At this moment, I recognize ATU 998 Legislative Director Thomas DeWittke, and if Supervisor O'Connor has something to add, we can return to her.
Good morning.
Mr. DeWittke.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chair and committee members. Tom Stawicki, Legislative Director for ATU 998. Once again, good morning. Just a quick question on this Board of Directors, and I sat in a meeting or two in the past, and I'm not going to say they're boring from my standpoint. I'm sure that there's business that they conduct that is important to them, but I guess my question is, in looking at both the articles of incorporation and the bylaws, there is room in both. I think it is Article 4 amendment of the incorporation, Articles of Incorporation, where they can change or repeal any of the articles to add or subtract, committee members, or not committee members of the board, or any other changes that they would like. And also in the bylaws under Article 8, they could pretty much do the same. And I know I'm going to hear probably a collective sigh and like, what don't you guys want over at ATU? But just, would it be possible to add a member of the Amalgamated Transit Union, preferably the president or vice president, onto that board in the sake of transparency? We get asked a lot of times from, our members, they see these are meetings that are posted on Legistar. Somebody usually attends the meetings, but it's like, why can't we be part of it? I understand that the day-to-day operations are handled by Milwaukee Transport Services, But like I said, my question is, would there be a way to go back and restructure this? Because apparently there is a way that, you can do that under both articles of incorporation and the bylaws.
Chairperson, if you would like me to respond briefly to that question, I'm happy to. Certainly. So as Corporation Counsel Brown indicated, MTS is represented by separate counsel. With respect to interpreting their bylaws, I would certainly defer to their counsel. I will say that like any corporate structure, there is room for that corporate entity, that governing board, to make decisions according to their bylaws generally.
So Supervisor Belinsky asked about how we could add more members, and the answer was that it's up to the board. And we have the director of transportation right now. We have president back there. I mean, what's the thought of adding, if we believe in transparency and more eyes on things, what's the thought of, putting that on a future agenda for the 5 of you, 3 from the administration, the employee, and 1 from the county board, and having a conversation and maybe taking a look at widening the amount. I mean, if you think about it, Parks had 5 people forever, and now there's 7 because there was more demand to be representative around the county. So, I mean, I believe the county executive believes in transparency and openness, and so why not open up the pool a little bit and add a few more individuals? What's the thought of 2 of the 3? Actually, we got 3 right here. What's the thought of that?
Director Joe Lamers first.
Thank you, Chairman, Supervisors. Joe Lamers, Director of the Milwaukee County Department of Transportation. I'll speak to that a little bit. I just want to share some other information from the department's perspective on this regarding the board and the county board and all of the relationships that we have here. As Corporation Counsel had indicated, this MTS board is required of us because it's a non-stock, non-profit corporation. So we stood up this board and it's meeting the requirements. And if you look in the bylaws, the bylaws outline some of the things that you will see on the annual board agenda that meets. It talks about, ethics, conflicts of interest, who at MCTS approves contracts and items like that. So those are all written specifically in the bylaws, and they're covered in the meetings. And then the other interesting thing about the bylaws is how policy is referred to the county board. So matters of policy are taken by the county board, and within that policy, there's also a review of budgets. So I just want to share that from my perspective, that's somewhat how the structure is, why you see certain items on that agenda, and you see, all these other items come to the county board. So if the agenda of the MTS board feels light, that, in my opinion, is due to the fact that the bylaws defer the policy oversight to the county board. So we bring all of these items before the county board that are matters of, significant policy-related things like what routes are being provided, services in paratransit, fiscal, related projections and things like that. And we're open to looking at the MTS board and whether changes might be appropriate or not, and I would extend that to the members of the board and the makeup. We're open to looking at that. What I just want to emphasize is if we're going to be making changes that from the MCDOT, the MCTS perspective, we would just like to see avoiding duplications of effort, because we come before the county board with these reports and share information with the county board. We don't want to be presenting the same information to multiple different boards. It's a duplication of effort. It's time. It's our messaging on issues, bringing stuff before different boards. So that's something that I think is just important to take into consideration. And then I just wanted to also share, just related to the issue that happened last year where there was a deficit that was not reported. We have put, practices into place between MCDOT and MCTS to make sure that's not happening again. There's There's monthly reporting that's taking place between MCTS and McDOT that we're making sure to do a really close review and make sure that we're not in a deficit, or if we are, that we're reporting it immediately to the county board. I would give an example of a recent instance where the comptroller's office informed us of a depreciation-related charge that was unexpected in our budget. Literally, I would say the same day that we landed on a final number with the comptroller's office, a memorandum was shared with the county board, with the finance committee, with the members of the transportation and transit committee. So we are taking action to do the right thing and make sure that these issues are reported out as necessary, and that our fiscal projections are shared with the comptroller's office are as accurate as possible. So I think those are the actions, in my opinion, that need to be done to make sure we don't have issues that happened last year. I understand that there's questions about the MTS board and the makeup of the MTS board, and there are reviews of that taking place right now. But in my opinion, those other activities that we're doing, the communications between McDOT and MCTS, are the most important issue to make sure that that doesn't happen again.
And I appreciate what you're saying and the work that's been done. I mean, I think, nobody liked at all what happened and what the position we were all put in. And so it seems like the steps that you're taking are an improvement. And I have seen a more transparency from, the administration on the example you gave. You found something, you right away got it to our attention, because none of us likes to read this crap in the newspaper, right? So, but I would ask that maybe you do take a look at the board and as a body, discuss it, debate it, make a decision, so then that's been done.
Right.
So that's what I would like to see. I'm not telling you what you should do. I don't have that authority, clearly. None of us do. But I think that is something that should be at least addressed, discussed, and make a decision. And
Yeah.
I agree with I agree with everything you were saying. So we're on the same page here, but I think that's something that needs to just be looked at. Not to say that solves anything or not, but I think it should be.
Yeah, I will commit to having that conversation with the MTS board. Just top of mind, the issue that I see that I need to work through is not so much the makeup of the MTS board. It's more so the agenda of the MTS board and its meetings, and the fact that the policy oversight lies with the county board. So that's just what I want to share, but I will take a look at that.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And I have a follow-up question to that. So I appreciate the discussions around more transparency and trying to have earlier interventions to prevent things like happened recently. So it sounds like to me, and this might be a question for your own legal counsel, and that's the second part of my question, but it seems to me that we can take the practices that you have been implementing and codify that into some kind of policy, that this body would have that authority to take what you are already utilizing as best practices and turning that into policy. So if you want to comment on that. And then secondly, just because I don't think I've ever seen the legal counsel from MTS in my 2 years on the board, is that in-house or is that it's consulting? Thank you.
Thank you. Just one second here. I'm sorry. So in the bylaws of the MTS board, it does indicate section 11 that the county board has policy oversight of the MTS board, and within that policy oversight, there's 4 different aspects laid out, and one of those is responsibility to monitor the compliance of the corporation within its budget. I'm just pointing that out. That's not to say that we couldn't refine the details of what that means, but to an extent, it's there.
Thank you. Could you repeat the section again?
Yeah, it's section 11.01, subpart 3.
Thank you.
And Supervisor O'Connor, I can respond to the second question regarding the legal counsel. It is a separately retained by MTS or MCTS legal counsel that is not tied in any way to corporation counsel.
Thank you. I yield. Thank you.
I'll make a motion, receive and place on file, and then at some point, you guys will. Thank you.
On the motion by Supervisor Taylor, District 17, that item 14 be recommended to be received and placed on file, Supervisors Taylor, District 17.
Aye.
Taylor, District 5.
Aye.
Rolland.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
Belinsky.
Aye.
O'Connor.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman.
Aye.
7 ayes, 0 noes. The motion prevails.
Thank you. Item 15, please.
Item 15, from the Director, Department of Transportation, and the President and Chief Executive Officer, Milwaukee County Transit System, providing an informational report regarding the transit funding shortfall. This file is also considered by the Committee on Transportation and Transit, where at their meeting of March 4th, 2026, this file was discussed with no action taken, and it is also referred to this committee, and it is informational only unless otherwise directed by the committee.
Gentlemen, in whichever order you'd like to proceed.
Thank you. Joe Lamers, Milwaukee County Department of Transportation.
Mr. Chair, Supervisors, good morning. Steve Fuentes, President, CEO, MCTS. All right, this morning I'm going to present go through a file report on the transit funding shortfall that occurred in 2025. And as everyone is well aware on the board, last year, Q2, maybe Q3, in July, it was really became well known that MCTS projected a budget deficit of $10.9 million based on the financial trajectory that they were on without any changes. And so that led to a series of events here in Milwaukee County that we don't have to go back and recover because everyone is well aware. So since that time, due to some changes that were implemented internally, cost-cutting measures, we closed out the year of 2025 at $9.1 million over budget, down from $10.9 million, which was projected in July. Much of the budget overages were due to salaries and fringe. That ended the year at $4.9 million over budget, which was down from an October report that I gave, which had us trending at $7 million. So we brought that down. $2.6 million over budget in charges from TransDev. We are continuing to work with TransDev, our paratransit provider, and improving relations with them. About $9 million lower than budget in revenue, so that represented 3% under budget, and $500,000 over budget in professional services such as legal, IT, janitorial, which amounted to 6% over budget. I will note that last year we did negotiate 2 contracts with Local 998 and Local 9, which did take a number of hours from our outside attorney, Quarles and Brady, which accounts for a lot of that number. To offset some of the higher costs that we were experiencing last year, MCTS came in 1.7 under budget in in a few areas, including diesel fuel, facilities, parts and supplies, utilities, office supplies, and others. So that helped to right the ship a little bit. MCTS implemented the following corrective actions in 2025 once the budget deficit was known. Reducing overtime except for emergency situations, continuing to work with TransDev to be as efficient as possible in providing our services in the paratransit community
Bus service hours were reduced last fall by about 20,000 service hours. That took effect on August 26th, or 25th, I'm sorry. Negotiated and ratified 2 collective bargaining agreements with Locals 998 and Local 9, which helped us to manage and predict labor costs better. A temporary suspension of new employee recruitment and filling vacancies, including replacements for departing employees, was implemented. So we did without filling vacancies, and focus on operational efficiency by tracking relevant KPIs, and monthly budget reviews were performed. We also froze non-essential spending in 2025. Those measures did have positive results, again, to recap, bringing us from a projected deficit of $10.9 million down to a real deficit of $9.1 million. And at this time, I'll turn it over to Joe.
Thank you. And then just one further note on that, that $9.1 million net deficit was taken care of through an addition of federal COVID relief funds in the December cycle through an appropriation transfer, which the board approved. So when the year end finally does close, there should not be a deficit there is what we're currently anticipating. There is an item that came before us that I referenced briefly, and I'll keep this short because there is an action item on this, but after reviewing the issue with the comptroller, we've learned that MCTS will be charged approximately $404,000 of depreciation in 2025 related to 2 buses that were involved in reckless driving crashes. On a typical basis, depreciation is paid off over a 12-year period, but when those buses lost their asset value, based on accounting rules, it was indicated that we have to pay for those the remaining depreciation all at once. But again, we have a separate item on that, which if there's, we can go into in more detail if necessary. And then I'll turn it back to Mr. Fuentes for some other items.
All right, thank you, Joe. So now looking ahead, we took a look back at 2025, what went on, what transpired, how we ended the year. Now looking ahead to 2026 and beyond for the coming years. We're going to continue to closely monitor financial statements to ensure that we stay on budget and implement corrective action as needed throughout the year. Joe mentioned that earlier in the before I came up about how we do meet. We're in touch regularly. We meet weekly, formally, and we talk about issues that are relevant to budget as well as other operational issues. MCTS rolled out several key initiatives in Q1 this year aimed at enhancing safety and security for our customers and employees. Those were the MCSO pilot, as well as hiring more public safety officers with these very specific goal of addressing fare evasion. So those rolled out in January. To enhance the safety of our bus operators, we are looking to install a prototype driver safety barrier. For those who may not know what that is the door that is right on the right side of the bus operator at the seat between them and the fare box when you board a bus. Unfortunately, a lot of our buses have what we call a very short shield, and it's easy to reach around. So if someone is intent on doing harm, they don't have a lot between them and the operator, and they're able to reach around it and make contact with our operator if they wanted to do harm to them. So that's one thing that I noticed early on when I took the position. So we're looking to improve that by getting more extended driver barriers to offer better, more robust protection for our operators who are out there. So we're going to have a prototype installed on 2 buses, probably at the end of this month, maybe early April, that we can test out, get driver feedback, get union feedback, and see, do we think that these are a good option for us? Then we can pursue a big purchase order to have those installed once we identify funding for that. MCTS also rolled out a new fare collection policy on February 1st, where we reversed a previous policy in December of 2022. Previous administration at MCTS made the decision based on what they felt was guidance from FTA at the time to do what they can to reduce operators from being assaulted, and they leaned on the side of taking away the engagement piece from bus operators regarding fares. So if someone got on and didn't voluntarily offer to pay, the instruction in December of 2022 was, don't say anything to them, just let them ride. Well, that caught on and kind of caught fire and led to a very dramatic escalation in fare evasion. Unfortunately, people realized I could get on, not pay, and no one's going to even ask me for it. So we did reverse that policy. We rolled that out February 1st, where now we took a very common sense approach in as safe a manner as possible for our operators to simply inform passengers who do not voluntarily pay of what the fare is. We call them fare informers, not fare enforcers. We don't ask them to enforce any fare payment. We don't ask them to put people off the bus. We want them to be very professional in informing the customer, sir, ma'am, the fare is $275. You do it in a professional manner. One time only is the policy. Just do it once. And after that, just continue to go down the street. So we did roll that out. An additional step with regards to fare evasion, which was a big topic as well last year, was now our buses, if you see them rolling down the street anywhere in Milwaukee County, the destination sign after it says the route is going to say fare is required. You may have seen that. That's something that we instituted as well in order for, and I took the approach, I want a non-human to do as much work for the person driving the bus. So as a bus is approaching, a group of people at a bus stop sees fare is required, we've already sent them the message. If they get on and choose not to pay, it isn't because they weren't informed that there is a fare, and we expect them to pay. Takes a little bit of pressure off the bus operator to have to inform everybody because the destination sign is informing it. Also, when you board a bus, on the fare box, there's a sticker that says fare is required. So we're doing as much as we can in as safe a manner as possible to get the word out about fare evasion. And we have seen this have an impact. So last June, July, August, we were predicting about 33% fare evasion, if we remember the meetings. Well, we ended the year with 30% fare evasion. So we did bring that down. That was for the entire year of 2025. And from the time that MCTS rolled out a fare compliance strategy, we did see a reduction in fare evasion every month. From 33% in August, we ended in July with 23% fare evasion. So 10% drop. Now, it's December, it's the holidays. We can't expect that to be normal every month, but it is positive. And I just wanted to put that out there that we did see it went from 33% to 28% to 26% and ended December with 23% fare evasion, down from 33% in August. So just wanted to say that, we hope that that trend continues. As we begin to now prepare for 2027 budget, soon we'll be having those conversations and already have had them informally. We're currently forecasting, unfortunately, a budget deficit of approximately 17 to 20 million next year based on projected funding levels and current service levels, which would require service reductions upwards of 20 to 24% with no new or increased funding. This year, we're going to use the last bit of our ARPA money, and next year, we don't have that. So one thing I was told by several supervisors when I was brought on to the position is, tell us what we need to hear, no matter how bad the news is. And I'm trying to do that. It didn't make me very popular in Milwaukee County, but it is what it is, and I'm trying to just, here's the situation, and we have to live in that reality, that we don't have enough funding to continue to provide the service that we have enjoyed in Milwaukee County for the past decade. We don't have the funding anymore. So something has to give. So next year, again, is going to be a challenging year, and what we want to do to address that funding shortage is be a little bit more proactive instead of we try to keep the service as it is and keep everything going that we know it, and then I come to the board and ask for $20 million, $15 million, $18 million, whatever the case is. So to address some of that, we went out to RFP for what we call a bus network redesign or a transit network redesign. A lot of transit agencies are doing them. And what it does, it level sets your agency to a point where you can provide the best service possible with the funding that you have. And one challenge for us is we need to predict and project out over the next 3 to 5 years, what will our funding be? We all know state funding has been flat for the past 2 decades. It has not gone up or kept up with inflation, so that's very challenging. And this is not something new as regarding the budget deficit that is here. In April of 2021, Wisconsin Policy Forum wrote an article called Wheels on the Bus, and in that article they said, once COVID funds are exhausted, even if ridership returned to pre-pandemic levels, MCTS's structural gap will likely be even greater when the pandemic emerged, possibly creating the need for deep service cuts and/or sizable local revenue increases to fill it. This was going back 5 years when they wrote that article. They also wrote again in March of 2023 with their piece called Detour Ahead, and they were sounding the alarm back then. The day that they spoke about is here. And we have to now face this massive budget deficit head on, or else it's only going to get worse. They projected in March of 2023 that by 2028, the budget deficit would be between 28 and 40 million. And I believe recently, Director Lamer shared with us, he projected models of in 2030 with no changes, we're looking at a 44 million budget deficit in 2030 without any changes. So again, we're looking to it. I'm sorry.
So I think right now for 2030, 31, we're projecting around 35 to 40 million. We're in that range, and that's consistent with we've been working with the comptroller's office on fiscal forecast. But basically, the 20 million grows by 5 to 6 million a year because that's how much costs increase, and none of our revenues are projected to grow. Sorry.
Yep, yeah, so part of the going out for RFP, we went out, we got a couple of bids. We're in the process of going through those. So soon, we would be able to roll out who the awarded consultant will be. They will come in, have boots on the ground, and begin holistically looking top to bottom. What can MCTS afford? Look at the funding levels, look at the service levels that we've been providing and what they should be. And what they're going to do is look at where's the ridership, where are the jobs, where are the medical centers, where are the schools. They're going to look at every key stakeholder, and every key stakeholder will have a voice, and every voice will be heard. Once they're here, they're going to go through it, they're going to meet with all of our departments, and they will come up, and what we've asked them to do is give us several different options to choose from. Option A might be more focus on the size of the service. Maybe you go through the perimeter of Milwaukee County. Even if there's low ridership, maybe option A focuses on size. Maybe option B focuses less on size, more on frequency. So maybe the perimeter where there's very low ridership, instead of having a bus come every hour and a half, you may have no bus, but where there is more density and more ridership, you're going to have more frequent service. So these options are going to be made available to us, and everyone is going to have a choice to say, I like option A, I like option B, or perhaps option C is a little bit of both. So that is coming in the near future. And with that, I'll turn it over to Joe.
Yeah, so just to finish off, of course, we don't want that funding situation to come, and we're actively pursuing options to hopefully increase our state and federal funding and revenues that are available to MCTS. So we are working with government affairs on, future lobbying related efforts. So some of them are highlighted in the report, but we're monitoring what's happening at the federal level along with the Wisconsin Public Transit Association. We did actually receive some relatively positive news on the federal side. Federal year 26 appropriations held transit funding relatively flat, even though there was a lot of concern that we would see reductions there because of some comments that were made at the federal level, as well as the fact that our recent transit allocations have been bolstered by Infrastructure Act funds. There's concern that we're going to start seeing drops, but the 26 allocation from the federal side actually keeps us, we believe, at approximately level, which is positive compared to where we thought it might be trending. we are engaging and we're re-engaging with coalitions statewide. One example we have is that the Wisconsin Counties Association just launched their biennial transportation campaign in partnership with the Transportation Development Alliance. That campaign is really focused on roads and funding for highways and such, but what we're working to do at Milwaukee County is to make sure that transit is included as part of that conversation. So actually at the IGR committee on Monday, there will be a resolution advocating for sustainable funding for transportation and transit. That's a resolution that WCA is looking to get from all 72 counties across the state. We basically took their template and have added in a request for transit to be part of that. And what we would like to see and what we're going to try to make happen is for other counties to follow that model. And I do want to recognize that Supervisor Rowland put forward that resolution, and we appreciate, his inclusion of transit into that. And from the McDOT perspective, we would definitely recommend approving that item at IGR and the full board. That's kind of a starting point for us in working with other counties as well. We did secure $1 million of federal earmark appropriation for Milwaukee County Transit System budget buses. We are currently in the process of working with MCTS to gather data and build a more compelling argument for transit funding for the future that will resonate with people across the state. Just top of mind, we provide about 25 million rides per year here in Milwaukee County. About 50% of those rides are taking people to their jobs. The rest are taking them to education, shopping, entertainment. So just for example, this is a huge economic development impact at Milwaukee County, and if we have to reduce service by the level that we're talking about, that's going to have a big impact on business and the community. So we want to try to avoid that, and we're working to share more data and information about that. We're actually partnering with Sewer PAC on this right now and preparing to submit a report to the county board, potentially in the May cycle, but that report will ultimately form a basis for the types of information we bring forward as we advocate for transit funding into the future. And so we will continue to share reports with the county board as this process moves along related to the benefits of transit, detailed finance reports, issues with MCTS operations, and ongoing advocacy efforts just to keep you updated on that process as this moves along. And I think with that is what we had to share. So if there's any questions, we could take them at this point.
If I could just add one more thing, Mr. Chairman. The models that I spoke of earlier, option A focused on coverage, option B focused on frequency. Those options, those models are all going to be based on actual funding that we can expect to receive, not on any new funding, new amendments. What do we have, whether it's 140 million, 130 million? The consultant will base our service based on that. So it's not based on any new funding. It's what can we expect reasonably over the next year, 3 years, 5 years. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Shaquana Taylor, Supervisor Rowland, Supervisor Steve Taylor, in that order, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to reiterate, and I'm pretty sure I heard it correctly, that with the enforcement piece with individuals getting on the bus, they are just stating it. That there is a fare. I just kind of think about some of the safety of our operators as well too. Feeling like they have to do more, or was told they should be doing more to reinforce the individuals getting on the bus. So I would like you just to reiterate that and make sure I heard it correctly, that they are just there to state there is a fare, but they are to keep going and not to have to either physically try to remove anyone or try to do anything that will put their life or safety in jeopardy as well.
Absolutely. That is how the policy is written. We took strong measures to make this policy as safe as possible while helping our operators to be a part of the solution. We also worked with Local 998 leadership on this, and before it rolled out, talked to them, showed them the policy. So we were in alignment and in agreement on this looks to be a safe approach, and we don't want our operators, in harm's way. That's the last thing that we want. And so it's simply to inform a customer who does not voluntarily pay, simply inform them how much the fare is, not to enforce payment of the fare.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Rowland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you very much for this report. I appreciate how candid and transparent it is. One follow-up question I guess I have is just if the Finance Committee or maybe the whole board can get a breakdown of just like how we got to that 30 to 40 million figure and what are the components that are adding to that 5 million, on a regular basis. I'm not doubting it. I'm just want to understand what goes into that. So if we can get the details on that, that would be helpful. And then I also heard during the presentation that the design that we would be looking at would assume that we would have like a revenue neutral situation happening. And I guess my question on that is, how has revenue been tracking in recent years? And then also knowing that we increased the fare from $2 to $2.75, and then we also have some of these fare evasion mitigation efforts underway. Is it most likely that we will see a flat revenue come in? Or shouldn't we be projecting more revenue coming in because of some of those changes? Thank you.
Yeah, great question. I don't know if you wanted to.
Yeah, sure, I'll take that. Thank you. So we absolutely will provide a report, actually, it's part of our plan in communicating this issue to really share a report that breaks down all of our revenue sources and why we have that gap. I can share just real briefly, our state funding is just flat. Somehow at the county, we've been managing to increase the tax levy to help keep transit running, but we don't see that as a sustainable path to continue forward. We don't expect our federal funding to grow. Federal funds are primarily for capital infrastructure, although we can use for maintenance-related purposes, and I believe we're pretty much maxing that out right now to keep operations going. The vehicle registration fee has been flat. Farebox revenues, I think that's a fair assertion that we could project out some potential growth in farebox revenues, but just noting farebox represents roughly 15% of the system's overall revenue, so it's not going to be a major dent in that large gap that we're seeing. But the intent that we have right now is to break out each of these areas of revenue and show the history of them and how the funding has been flat, stagnant, reduced, so that everyone is really clear, at everyone can see how impossible that this funding situation is for MCTS. On the expenditure side, expenses are going up 2 to 3% a year. We're a unionized workforce, so we fund salaries based on collective bargaining, and we also operate about 375 buses that cost money to maintain. The cost of bus vehicle maintenance goes up just like you've probably seen with your automobiles in recent years. So that's a briefing of our outlook, but we will provide a detailed report so that everyone fully understands, each of those components of our revenues and, how they're not growing.
So that'd be helpful. I think one of the follow-up questions, I guess, is have we seen, revenue tick up in these first 2 months, knowing that we're in the middle of March now? Do we have any indication from, the data that revenue has gone up or is up a certain amount?
I think it's a little early for that. There's a lag in we close out a month. What I can say is that for the first month of the year, in January, our farebox revenue was slightly higher than what was projected in the budget. So in a sense, you could say it's gone up because it's higher than we projected in the budget on a monthly basis. On the other hand, we also did have some route changes that result in, lower frequency. So it's a little early to say, but I can say we're within budget as of the start of the year.
Yeah, and if I could offer just a little
I
bit.
guess if we can get more specifics on the expenses and revenues, that would be ideal, just so we can have a good sense of, good credits and debits, I guess, right? Yeah.
Absolutely. I think we'll bring forward basically, I know the comptroller's office does a 5-year forecast every year, and it does share information, but what we can do is really go in depth on transit for those 5 years.
For those 5 years.
Yeah, we can go beyond, but that's what we're kind of looking at is the next 5 years.
Supervisor Rowland, are you looking for figures for January? Is that what you're looking for?
What I'm just looking to understand is, we talked about there being a $30 to $40 million gap that was caused by increased expenses. So number one, I just want to understand what are the drivers of that. And then I also heard that we would also project, or as part of our model here, we are factoring in a flat revenue. And I guess I'm questioning if that's right, or if we should be factoring in some kind of revenue growth because of the things that we've been doing. Because if that's the case, then at the end of this process, we'll be able to hopefully put more routes on the road because of this increased revenue that's coming in. That was like the whole point of us increasing the price, was to make sure that there's a little bit more revenue coming in. Same with the fare evasion stuff, that we have more money to help save more routes right at the end of the year. So I guess I just want to have more specifics on both sides of the ledger when we get further into the year, when we start to get deeper into this conversation. And I just want to make sure we're passing on the correct assumptions to the consultant who's going to be working on this, because I would hate to give them, say, well, all right, you've got a plan for $40 million less, and maybe it only needs to be $30 million less. That's a big difference. So I just want to equip them with as accurate of numbers as possible and equip us with the same.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, when I was saying all of our revenues are flat, I was speaking a little bit generally. Not every single revenue is flat, but the vast majority of them are state revenue is our number one revenue source, and then that's followed by the tax levy, federal revenue, and vehicle registration fee. Our projection for all of those revenues, which make up close to 85% of our budget, our projection for those is mostly flat. To say that we'll even be able to maintain a flat tax levy might be optimistic because of the county structural deficit. The fare box revenue, there's some potential for growth there, but we also have to look at, if we're having to see service reductions, then that revenue might actually not grow, even if our collection rate goes up. So absolutely, we'll provide a report. We have these details on a financial spreadsheet that go deep into each revenue category, and what we'll do is share a report with the board on those details.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Rowland, do you have anything else?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Supervisors Taylor, Belinsky, and then Thomas Stawicki.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, number one, I think I said it multiple times at the end of the year during the budget process, when we were talking about transit and talking about routes. We need to lean on the business community, to lean on the state. So if we know our employees are going to be suffering, our residents are going to be suffering, so are employers. So if they don't put on pressure, like they did with the sales tax, like they did with AmFam Field, like they did with the FISERV, they're going to be the ones to suffer. Okay, so the business community has to. MMAC, get Dale Kayanga, you get them to start moving on this. Regarding the box, the fares, it's 15%, right? Roughly 15%. That is not going to make or break MCTS. That's just a minor amount. So if you know the feds are at best going to stay the same, and the state has been pretty flat, and we've been adding with levy, those days could be over. So like even if there's a little increase in the fare box, if the levy doesn't go up a little bit, then that's a wash. So I don't think we can be concerned really about the fare revenue. So what I'd like to see with this, this redesign, I would really like to see it where we are at. Let's not have a hope that things are going to get better. Let's really put out there exactly with the dollars we have and how this new system needs to look to meet the most needs that we can, full well knowing that like places like Southridge, where Supervisor Vincent's really upset. I talked to a couple residents this weekend at a little event on Sunday. They're upset about that route, but it's going away. So on some of the ancillary parts of the county are gonna suffer. And I think that is the message that needs to be sent, so the business community in the state knows what lack of revenue in the biggest economic engine in the state, what the effect's going to be. So I really don't, I mean, I like seeing different options. So like you're saying, so bring the options on just the baseline where we're at. Then as money comes in, you know, like almost say, here's where we're at. But if we have this much money come in, then these are the routes that we can add. Like show what additional dollars do. That's like, you know, there's the incentive. Oh, you're going to, Whitkey and Franklin, you want to see a bus come to the business park? Well, you need to help push in Madison some additional funding. So get the business community and get the legislators that are going to be on the outskirts. Get Rodriguez. How much is going to be lost in Oak Creek? She represents Oak Creek. I think that's what you need to do. And then you also have the Democrat reps that are on the outskirts that we all together are not, and they're probably not the problem. You know, they understand what we need here. So that's how I would do it. I would not look at best case scenario and come to us when that's probably not going to happen. The fare's not enough. Levy may not be able to keep up. And without more from the state, you know, we're screwed. And you're going to have that baseline, and that's what I'd like to see. So, thank you.
Supervisor, have you talked to Representative Rodriguez?
I've never had a conversation with her on the phone. I've seen her, we don't care for each other, so no, I have not talked to her.
I had to ask, I know her.
Supervisor Taylor, I mean, it sounds like you wrote our RFP for us. Honestly, everything you're asking for is what we are expecting from this consultant. Live in reality. We're not going to design a system based on hopeful revenue sources. We're going to design a system based on what we can expect to receive. It's not going to be a wish list. It's going to be realistically, what is the best possible service that we can provide at MCTS with the money we have, not the money we hope to have.
And I should clarify, so my state representative is Bob Whitkey. So I talked to him, and, you know, I work very well with Mayor Dan Bukevich in Oak Creek. And so let's just say that, you know, maybe I'll be talking to him a lot come January.
Okay. Yeah, and the system that we're going to be asking of the consultants is one that can be grown. It's scalable. We can add frequency. As more money comes in, we can add routes where they make sense. We can add frequency where maybe it's a little bit too long of a wait. So it is going to be that option.
Thank you, Supervisor. Legislative Director, oh, I'm sorry. Supervisor Belinsky, then Legislative Director, Mr. Whitman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, this has been a very depressing conversation. You know, austerity breeds austerity, and I think we've seen that start to obtain with the route, peak-only routes, where, you know, they're down 54% ridership. Since the change, I thought peak meant that, like, most of the people would be still able to ride, but it seems like the majority is not. And so that's very frustrating. I think we shouldn't make any long-term decisions on this RFP until we see what the next state budget looks like, because there is a real reason to believe it could be very different than it's been for 15 years. So we want to have that data at the ready, but I don't think we want to commit to a long-term redesign before June of 2027. That would be my hope. I also, you know, and I'm serious about this. I believe in theatricality sometimes. I think we should propose a new route, Route 94. And that route will take people who are affected by all the cuts from here to the Capitol, where they can have the bus parked outside the Capitol to have people from employers, from people that are veterans, people that have hospital visits, anyone who's affected by these, by cutting the transit system, and have them parked there at the Capitol to meet with legislators and explain to them why all this is so needed. I think we got to think outside the box a little bit, because it's just really easy to ignore the needs of Milwaukee when we're not loud enough, in expressing them, I don't think sometimes. So, let's do whatever we can. I'm happy to be a partner, and I look forward to seeing this RFP, although I'm sure I'm not going to like, the recommendations that come out of it, because I'm just desperately trying to hold on to a system that something resembles a comprehensive countywide system, and not just like, a spine around the densest areas, which I'm afraid we're headed toward. So just don't be afraid to be a little bold. See if you can get an employer or a philanthropist to donate a bus to take to 94 and do some theatrical lobbying with our friends in Madison,
Absolutely. Thank you for the comments, Supervisor Belinsky. Just a little bit of context around the 54% decrease in ridership. That was for the 6 routes that went to peak service only, not as an entire system. That was for those 6 routes. Routes with frequency reduction saw a modest decrease of 4%. This is for the first 2 months, January, February, very small sample size, one of the coldest Januaries in history. Other routes, however, remained stable, with some routes showing an increase in ridership. So when you look at it holistically, it is the 54% reduction everywhere. And some of the riders that are no longer taking the 6 routes that are peak service only are riding other routes. So those routes will see a decrease. And this is kind of expected. It will normalize as time goes on. And we're looking at it. We're tracking it, and we're going to try to make the best decisions that we can for Milwaukee County.
Thank you very much. Legislative Director Stawicki.
Yeah, good morning once again, supervisors and Mr. Chairman. Just a couple of quick comments. I understand that Mr. Fuentes had stated that a lot of the overages was due to administrative costs, something about benefits, which is part of the pension. I'm having trouble finding out exactly how much pension, what is the cost of the pension to MCTS for the retired employees. Because one of the things that we're concerned about here is if it's too much of a cost, they could attempt to change it over to a 457 to avoid paying pension costs. And the last piece of paper I saw on a pension cost is a couple years old, and I believe the MCTS was paying somewhere between $90,000 and $100,000 a month in pension costs. And I think the pension cost to the employee was maybe between a quarter and a third of that. And I hope those statistics are somewhere in a ballpark. Another thing that we're looking at is if they're going to be cutting a lot of these routes in order to make ends meet, we're hoping that they don't attempt to go to make up the shortages, find money for the microtransit or the flex rides that are popping up all over the state. I believe there's 4 or 5 that are taking over some routes in other parts of the state. I believe Green Bay and Eau Claire, those are the ones that come to mind. So we're hoping that they don't do that. I know those discussions really haven't happened yet, but like I said, we are just voicing our opinion in our opposition to that right out of the gate, making part of public record. Another thing is, Mr. Lamers had made a comment about, and it was somewhat, I took it as a little bit of a derogatory slap towards unions when he said that we're a union. We represent most bus operators and mechanics. It's not like we're millionaires. As a matter of fact, we're not even the highest paid transit system in the state. That goes to Madison. We're actually at or below the averages for transit agencies of basically our size in the Midwest, Cincinnati, Minneapolis. I mean, Chicago makes a lot more. Mr. Fuentes knows that. And the size of the transit system should dictate, it's more of a problem for the bus operators, so they should be compensated for these problems. But like I said, it just sounded kind of weird that it almost sounded like he was blaming the high cost of operations on the union. You know, it wasn't too much
Legislative Director-
appreciated for that.
Legislative Director Stawicki, I didn't quite hear that being said, but Director Lamers can say what he wants to say and at this moment if he'd like to. And if President...
I may, I would. I mean, I definitely didn't mean it.
Very short comment.
Yeah,
because-
it might have been my perspective from my previous role. I was a budget director for Milwaukee County. Most of our employees are not unionized, and the raises that were provided there were just very minimal. And, you know, with the unions, we realized there's always going to be cost increases in salary. I was just attempting to state that the reality of the operation is that expenditures are going to go up because most of your employees are unionized, and we expect it within our model that they will receive increases. But, you know, I'm aware of, you know, how that might have been perceived, and I will avoid, you know, that. I'll be considerate of that future comments.
Did you hear that?
Yes, I did, and you know, and I appreciate that. And switching to the other side of the coin, we are gearing up right now with the Teamsters for a lobbying day in Madison on April 14th. So if Director Fuentes would like to meet with us to share his perspective, and we can go over some lobbying ideas to get more transit funding, that would be great. We are on the same page with MCTS. I mean, he was on the same page with MCTS in a lot of those aspects, because we would like to see the system grow instead of going backwards like it's been. There are a number of reasons why the amount of people riding the buses is lagging behind, but the amount of money being spent on public transportation statewide for urban mass transit funding, and the amount of money being spent on roads over the last 15 years is just way out of proportion. And we would like to work with, you know, the counties association with and whoever would want to work with us, try to get a little bit of that reversed.
Thank you very much. You have given a list of things to be considered by MCTS, Mr. Stawicki, and it's an opportunity to present at least the topic subjects to be dealt with later. And at least that's my opinion. That's my opinion. Thank you very much for such. Any other comments? Any comments, any questions from committee members or the supervisors regarding item number 15? Anything else? If not, thank you very much. Item number 16, Coordinator Evans, good afternoon. Item number 16, please.
Item 16 from the Director, Department of Transportation, and the President and Chief Executive Officer, Milwaukee County Transit System, requesting authorization to apply for and accept if awarded, better utilizing investments to leverage development build grant funds for transit infrastructure enhancements at MCTS facilities. This item was also referred to the Committee on Transportation and Transit, where at your March 4, 2026 meeting, this item was recommended for adoption by a vote of 4-0.
Thank you, Coordinator Evans.
Good morning once again, Mr. Chairman, Supervisors, Steve Fuentes, President and CEO, MCTS, and we also have our Director of Project Management on the Teams call who can introduce herself.
Good morning, Chair, Supervisors. My name is Brittany Birch. As Steve indicated, I'm the Director of our Project Management Department here in Milwaukee County Transit System.
Okay, so regarding this item, requesting for authorization to apply for and accept, if awarded, build grant funds for much-needed transit infrastructure improvements at MCTS facilities. The build grant is a unique, highly competitive opportunity to secure full federal funding for capital projects without requiring local financial match, possibly 80% funding, if not awarded 100%. So it's a good opportunity for us to improve some of our facilities, which there's a lot of repairs needed out there. MCTS is confident that our proposed projects align with these requirements. This grant specifically targets areas of persistent poverty and historically disadvantaged communities. MCTS identified a suite of modernization projects that fit the grant criteria. They include planning and construction upgrades to aging underground storage tanks. Some of those tanks are as old as the buildings when they were first built. Replacement of out-of-service bus lifts. Bus lifts are very important because they help us do routine maintenance to keep our buses in a state of good repair. And unfortunately, due to their age, they are deteriorating rapidly, so we're falling behind on, some maintenance that is needed. LED lighting upgrades across multiple facilities. We would like to make our facilities brighter for the night workers in parking lots and so on. Collectively, these projects aim to modernize critical transit infrastructure, improve efficiency, and strengthen long-term system reliability. Awards are anticipated to be announced in Q2 of 2026, and if approved, MCTS would be able to begin implementing improvements in 2027, should we get the award. If the projects are not fully funded, a non-federal match, equal to 20% of total eligible program costs would be required. If that happens, MCTS would submit a 2027 capital project request to fulfill the required match and any remaining project costs. It is anticipated that award notifications will be made in June 2026 prior to finalizing the county's capital budget. That is my report, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any questions, comments? Supervisor O'Connor?
I'll move for approval.
Supervisor O'Connor moves to adopt the resolution. Any further comments, questions from committee members, other supervisors? Coordinator Evans, will you please call the roll on the motion?
On the motion by Supervisor O'Connor that item number 16 be recommended for adoption, Supervisor Taylor, District 17.
Aye.
Taylor, District 5.
Aye.
Rowland.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
Walensky.
Aye.
O'Connor.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman.
Aye.
7 ayes, 0 noes. The motion prevails.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 17, please.
Item 17 from the Director, Department of Transportation, requesting authorization to process an administrative appropriation transfer in the amount of $404,886 from the 2025 unallocated contingency to the Milwaukee County Transit System to pay off the remaining depreciation on 2 damaged buses that were declared a total loss in 2025. This item was referred to the Committee on Transportation and Transit for informational purposes only, per Section 59.60, Sub 8, and is also referred to the Committee on Finance. At the March 4, 2026 meeting of Transportation and Transit, this item was discussed with no action taken.
Thank you.
Good afternoon again. Joe Lamers, Director of the Milwaukee County Department of Transportation.
Good afternoon. Mike Bickerstaff, Senior Financial Manager at McDOT. What we have before you is a request for authorization to process an administrative transfer from the 2025 unallocated contingency to MCTS in the amount of $404,886. In 22 and 23, MCTS lost 2 buses due to crashes that were the result of reckless driving. Both buses were declared total losses. The transfer will pay off the remaining depreciation on the damaged buses. Normally, depreciation is paid over 12 years, but because these 2 buses were relatively new, there was a significant amount remaining. In January, the Comptroller's Office notified McDOT that after final accounting and reconciliation of all expenses, revenues, and insurance proceeds, MCTS still owed $404,000 in 2025. We are requesting this transfer to pay off this remaining depreciation. Any questions?
Any questions, any comments? Supervisor Steve Taylor.
Well, my only comment will be, and I'll make a motion to approve, and I mean, it is what it is, right? But this is one of the reasons why contingency is here. But if you look at earlier in the agenda, we have a $1.1 million deficit as of right now. And we have $4.5 million in contingency surplus. Between this item and another item on the agenda, what
Sorry, if I can make one clarifying point, this is a request for 2025 contingency.
2025.
Because
Yeah. Okay,
because
good.
it-
All right, that's right.
It charges expense in 2025.
We can
That's
do it
the
toward
year that
2025.
the item was declared a total loss.
Okay.
So 2025, as I understand, is projecting a surplus, and there was a contingency balance of over $5 million.
Okay, all right, well then I'll just make a motion to approve, but you know where I was going at?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any further comments? Any questions? We have a motion to adopt the resolution for file number 26-322. Coordinator Smith, will you call the roll on the motion to adopt?
On the motion by Supervisor Taylor, District 17, that item 17 be recommended for adoption, Supervisors Taylor, District 17.
Aye.
Taylor, District 5.
Aye.
Rowland.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
Belinsky.
Aye.
O'Connor. Aye. Mr. Chairman.
Aye.
7 ayes, 0 noes. The motion prevails.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have gone a little past halfway through the agenda. What is the pleasure of the committee? Do the committee members require or want to have a break? If there is a break, is it for 15 minutes, half an hour? What is the pleasure of the committee at this time?
Sure.
5, 10 minutes, 15 minutes?
10 minutes, I hear. What else was said? Did you say something, Supervisor Martinez?
I think 10.
I was saying that I'd be okay with just going through, but if everybody wants 10 minutes, that's fine too.
Okay, we will have a recess for 10 minutes. Thank you very much for your input. Roughly 10 minutes. 12:30. We'll reconvene around 12:30. Oh, Taylor is not back. The Milwaukee County Board Committee, on Finance, will now reconvene. Coordinator Smith, would you call the roll in order to reestablish a quorum?
Supervisors Taylor, District 17.
Here.
Taylor, District 5.
Presently, virtually.
Rowland.
Here.
Martinez.
Here.
Belinsky.
Here?
O'Connor. Here. Mr. Chairman.
Here.
There are 7 members present, 3 appearing virtually. We do have a quorum.
Thank you very much. Item number 18.
Item 18, a resolution by Supervisor Rowland requesting the Department of Administrative Services, Information Management Services Division, IMSD, to prepare an annual report beginning in December 2026, outlining artificial intelligence, AI outcomes, planned strategies, opportunities, and challenges. At the January 29th, 2026 meeting of the Committee on Finance, this file was laid over for one meeting by a vote of 6-0.
Thank you. Supervisor Rowland.
Hey, Mr. Chair. I'll move adoption, and I'll also move an amendment. I know during the last meeting we heard from our friends at IMSD asking for an amendment that just made it clear that there's not a dedicated team in IMSD looking at this, that there's a group that is inside and outside IMSD, just individuals who have raised their hand and said that they have an interest in this, that is looking into this. So what that amendment does is just makes clear that it's a cross-functional team, not just an IMSD team. Well, I'll move the amendment first.
Thank you, Supervisor Rowland, for moving the amendment. Any comments, questions regarding Supervisor Rowland's amendment? Seeing no indication of such, Coordinator Smith, call the roll on the amendment.
On the motion by Supervisor Rowland that Finance Amendment 1 be approved, Supervisors Taylor, District 17.
Aye.
Taylor, District 5.
Aye.
Rowland.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
Belinsky.
Aye.
O'Connor.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman.
Aye.
7 ayes, 0 noes. The motion prevails on the approval of Finance Amendment 1 to file 26257.
Supervisor Rowland?
Thank you. I'll move adoption and then as amended. And then also just add that I spoke to colleagues at IMSD there. They're on the same page with what could go in this report. Really what I'm looking for and what I think we all would benefit from is just an overview of how it is being implemented, where it's being implemented, what kinds of efficiencies or opportunities it's unlocking. It's obviously a quick-moving technology with new tools coming onto the marketplace all the time. And in my conversations with IMSD, they've said that they'd even be willing to provide more regular updates, maybe even quarterly, to our board to keep us up to date and up what's going on, which would be even more aggressive than what this just like once annual report could provide. I think the other thing that it can provide us is a view into what does the county need, what are the gaps if we wanted to lean further into this. Should there be a dedicated team that is looking at these use cases and maybe approving them faster, if granting licenses, maybe they need more budget in order to be able to green light more licenses for more AI use cases. I just think if that all of a sudden comes to us and we are in the dark, then we'll be starting at like chapter 1 as a board, and I would rather have us be deep into the book with IMSD and our partners in the administration. So if they have an ask, then we fully understand what's going on. We understand why it's a benefit. We understand how we're mitigating risks, and we can all move forward together. So I'll move adoption. Happy to take any questions.
To me, it makes sense rather to have IMSD periodically provide us with information, because we need to understand the task, how artificial intelligence is helping us to do the tasks that need to be done within the departments and divisions of Milwaukee County. So it makes sense to me that there would be more updated reports. Supervisor Belinsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that this is just creating reports and not sort of directing activity. And I don't think this is anything that needs an amendment, but I would hope that IMSD would make this report would include something along the lines of best practices. Like, for instance, I would not want to see police reports being generated by AI or decisions being made by an AI or things like that. We have to think about in the discussion of risks. Want to make sure that we have guardrails on our end put in place, and I think having this report allows us to do that in separate action by the board. So, thanks, Supervisor Rowland.
Thank you, Supervisor Belinsky. Deputy Chief Information Officer Matt Johnson, would you like to weigh in?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, members of the committee, I'm Matt Johnson, Deputy CIO with DOS IMSD. And to Supervisor Belinsky's comments, yes, we would be happy to, provide that type of feedback. One of the things we do provide, and it's out there on County Connect, is for all staff, how best to use AI, how to use the tools, things to be concerned about, to what you're talking about, especially when we talk about sharing possibly sensitive data. We don't want to include things like medical records or personally identifiable information, things like that. So we do have that information. We're happy to share more of that in our reports. And as Supervisor Wallen indicated, on this topic or any others around technology, since it is always a fast-moving area and embedded in pretty much everything that we do at the county, we are happy to address this or other items of interest to the committee. Just let us know the right cadence for that and topics beyond just AI, and we're happy to provide that to you.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions regarding item 18? Coordinator Smith, would you call the roll on the motion to adopt as amended?
On the motion by Supervisor Wallen that item 18 be recommended for adoption as amended, Supervisors Taylor, District 17.
Aye.
Taylor, District 5.
Aye.
Rowland.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
Belinsky.
Aye.
O'Connor. Aye. Mr. Chairman.
Aye.
7 ayes, 0 noes. The motion prevails.
Thank you. Item 19, please.
Item 19, from the Director, Architecture, Engineering, and Environmental Services Section, Department of Administrative Services, requesting authorization to apply for, accept, and administer 2027 Wisconsin Department of Agriculture, Trade, and Consumer Protection Support grants in the approximate amount of $75,000 to partially offset the salaries, training, travel, and office expenses of the Land Conservation Department. This file was referred to the Committee on Parks and Culture, and at their meeting of March 3rd, 2026, this file was recommended for adoption by a vote of 5-0, and it is also referred to this committee for action.
Thank you. Timothy Detzer, Principal Environmental Engineer for the Division of Facilities Management. You have the floor, sir.
Oh, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. We are seeking County Board approval to apply for and accept the 2027 Soil and Water Resource Management Staffing Grant from the Department of Agriculture, Trade, and Consumer Protection. This grant is available to all counties with an approved land and water resource management plan, is to help to cover the cost of staff salaries in the Land Conservation Department. Milwaukee County receives this grant annually, and we have for probably about 15 years. Every county gets one. There's no matching funds required, and we typically receive around $75,000.
Thank you. Supervisor Shaquana Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll move approval. I'll also, after this vote, take a temporary leave. I have to go on the radio for about 30 minutes.
Oh, thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Shaquana Taylor moves to adopt a resolution for file number 26-316. Any further comments, questions? Coordinator Smith, will you call the roll on the motion?
On a motion by Supervisor Taylor, District 5, that item 19 be recommended for adoption, Supervisors Taylor, District 17.
Aye.
Taylor, District 5.
Aye.
Rowland.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
Belinsky.
Aye.
O'Connor. Aye. Mr. Chairman.
Aye.
7 ayes, 0 noes. The motion prevails.
Thank you. And again, Supervisor Shaquana Taylor will leave the meeting for roughly half an hour to be on the radio. This item number 20?
Yes.
Thank you.
Item 20, an action report providing information related to the 2026 operating costs for the Center for Forensic Science and Preventative Medicine, CFSPM, and seeking administrative authority to process fund transfers.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair and Supervisors. My name is Amy McKinney. I am the DOS Central Business Office Director, and with me today is Isaac Rowlett, the Interim Director for the Office of Strategy, Budget, and Performance. The resolution before you requests administrative authority to process fund transfers for the 2026 Forensic Science Center operating costs. This facility is nearing completion with a move-in currently scheduled to begin in early May. Current costs needed for the operations of the facility for the current year are $784,606. We've been working in collaboration with the Office of Strategy, Budget, and Performance, as well as the Office of the Comptroller, and in the process of doing so, we've identified the following sources to fund these costs. Both capital project W002891 and W00544401, CJF intercoms and door control replacements, and MER fire suppression replacement have been completed and they can currently be closed. Financing for those two projects was provided from property tax levy, and the current funding remaining in these two projects is $471,567. As referenced earlier this morning in the Office of the Comptroller's file number 26-292, which was approved, presented either this, requested for $408,943 of levy financed expenditure authority be reallocated from general county debt service to the appropriation for contingencies, and recommended that that funding be utilized for the 2026 forensic science operating costs. The resolution attached to this file seeks administrative authority to transfer $313,039 from this unallocated contingency, as well as the $471,567 from the two completed capital projects. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Department of Administrative Services Central Business Office Director McKinney, thank you very much for the presentation. Supervisor Belinsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There are other safety projects within the criminal justice facility that I think are not funded. Why decide to use this as a source for funding for this operating cost rather than putting that toward some of the projects that maybe they've had to delay?
Good afternoon. Chair, Supervisors, Isaac Rowlett, Interim Director, Strategy, Budget, and Performance. Excellent question. Our decision is primarily one of necessity. So the building opens in the middle of this year, I believe June, can't remember if it's June or July, and we simply don't have a choice but to provide the operating dollars in order to ensure that that building can even function or open from a facilities management standpoint.
There was no other sources identified other than the leftover from these projects?
That's correct. Our determination was that these were the best possible sources that we could draw upon just to ensure that we had them.
Thanks.
Yep, thank you.
Supervisor Rowland. No?
Thank you. Never mind. I had my hand up on accident.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Any other comments or questions from supervisors of this committee or other supervisors?
On item 21, right? 21?
We're on 20.
Oh, 20 still, 20.
The pleasure of the committee. We have
Motion approved.
Supervisor Steve Taylor moves to approve. On the motion by Supervisor Taylor to adopt the resolution, Coordinator Smith, please call the roll.
On the motion by Supervisor Taylor, District 17, that item 20 be recommended for adoption, Supervisors Taylor, District 17,
Aye.
Rolland,
Aye.
Martinez,
Aye.
Belinsky,
Aye.
O'Connor. Aye. Mr. Chairman.
Aye.
6 ayes, 0 noes, the motion prevails.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Item 21, please.
Item 21, from the Director of the Department of Administrative Services requesting approval to process an administrative appropriation transfer to reallocate approximately $700,000 within Project WC-0276, Investing in Justice Courthouse Complex, and to process certain future administrative appropriation transfers. This file was also referred to the Committee on Community, Environment, and Economic Development for informational purposes only per Section 59.60 Sub 8 Wisconsin State Statutes, and that committee at their meeting of March 9th, 2026 discussed this file with no action taken, and it is referred to this committee for action.
Director McKinney.
Good afternoon again, Amy McKinney, Central Business Office for the Department of Administrative Services Director. This file requests to authorization to process a fund transfer of approximately $700,000 to realign the budgets within Project WC-0276, Investing in Justice Courthouse Complex. It's just a matter of being more transparent on where encumbrances and expenditures are occurring within the project. The resolution also requests authorization for the Office of the Comptroller and the Office of Strategy, Budget, and Performance to process any future appropriation transfers provided by our Facilities Management Division. Any of these fund transfers do not change the overall budget amount for the project. It doesn't change the scope of the project, and it won't change the financing mix of the project. And with that, I believe Justin Rodriguez with the Office of the Comptroller is also available should you have any questions on this file.
Thank you very much. Capital Project Manager Rodriguez, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, Chairman Johnson and supervisors. I think Director McKinney did a good job of summarizing the request. I did want to add that our office and the budget office meets about monthly with the project management staff for the Investing in Justice Courthouse Complex project. And throughout that process, we've realized that it's a very complex and large project, and that it's very important that the budget amounts are aligned properly within each of the project's components. And this request would really help project management staff be able to use our financial system to manage the project rather than using spreadsheets that they have to make modifications to so that their numbers tie out to the numbers in our financial system. The authority that's being requested, we are in support that we have the ability to have facilities management periodically submit transfer requests to the budget office and the comptroller's office. And it's very important to note that these appropriation transfers will not change the overall amount of the project. They don't change the scope, and they won't change the financing mix. So this is very technical and administrative, and it will help improve project management. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. Committee members? We have a resolution before us, committee members.
Motion approved.
Supervisor Steve Taylor moves to adopt the resolution. Any further comments or questions regarding this matter? Seeing none, Coordinator Smith, would you call the roll on the motion to approve?
On the motion by Supervisor Taylor, District 17, that item 21 be recommended for adoption, Supervisors Taylor, District 17.
Aye.
Rolland.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
Belinsky,
Aye.
O'Connor.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman.
Aye.
6 ayes, 0 noes, the motion prevails.
Thank you. Item 22.
Item 22, an action report providing and update on the status of the McGovern Senior Center and requesting $100,000 from Org Unit 194-1945 appropriation for contingencies, fund planning, design, and cost estimating expenses by the Department of Administrative Services Facilities Management Division as they work with the Department of Health and Human Services for a long-term senior center solution on the northwest side of Milwaukee. This file was also referred to the Committee on Parks and Culture and Health Equity, Human Needs, and Strategic Planning for informational purposes only per Section 59.60 Sub 8 Wisconsin State Statutes. At the March 3rd meeting of Parks and Culture, this file was discussed with no action taken, and at the March 5th meeting of Health Equity, Human Needs, and Strategic Planning, this file was also discussed with no action taken, and it is referred to this committee for action.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair, Supervisors. Celia Benton, Director of Economic Development and Real Estate Services, joined by my colleagues.
Sean Hayes, Director of Facilities Management within DAS.
And Emily Kenny, Director of Strategic Initiatives and Transformation within DHHS.
Chair, with your permission, I'd like to keep sharing my screen as we go through an abbreviated version. Thanks.
Proceed, please.
So we are here to make a decision about the future of McGovern Senior Center. And before we get into what's going on with the facility, I just want to remind us that we're also here because this is part of a larger strategy that there have been numerous reports on in the past, including notably the MK Hubs vision, which Director Kenny will speak to. So while this report is ultimately about a facility, it is grounded in the larger strategy in the McGovern community. So with that, we did have the historic flooding happen last year and have shut the facility down since then, and I will pass it over to Director Hayes to go over the results of the engineering study.
Thanks, Celia. So just want to really quickly go through this. We went through these at multiple committees. The first slide is just a reminder that this facility was initially constructed as a community building within the park pavilion, and at some time after that, it was converted into a senior center. McGovern Senior Center is the smallest senior center within our senior centers. And last summer, we had historic flooding in the area. It led to mold issues in this facility, flooding and mold issues. We found that we had multiple floods in this building in the last several years. We did a study to look into why this building continues to flood, and we found a number of entry points for water to get into the facility. The main culprit is the water that hits the roof flows into the building and into the crawl spaces underneath the building. There's damaged piping. When it rains, it gets into that crawl space, it gets into the basement. And here's just some evidence of water damage. There's persistent standing water in areas of the basement. Mechanical equipment and other equipment shows evidence of repeated flooding and rusting. There's other areas of potential intrusion of water, overland flow, water coming against the building and seeping in along the basement, the roof, siding, and chimney. The consultant looked at multiple options for repair, option 1 and option 2. Option 1 is kind of a Band-Aid fix, which looks at continuing to keep the same configuration of water coming into the building, trying to fix what you have. And the recommended option is option 2 if you wanted to stay in this building long term, which is to get the water from outside the building completely. Those costs are option 1, roughly $900,000, and option 2 is $1,900,000. Both options, if we decided to make those repairs, you would want to invest in the long term, and invest in the 5-year plan, and that's another $1.8 million. So with the total repair needs on our recommended option, if we were to stay in that facility, we would be looking for $3.7 million total over the next 5 years. There we go. And just the last slide, we came to the board in November with a backlog of work needed at all our facilities, or senior center facilities in Willoways. We've averaged roughly $1 million in investment per year in these, across all the buildings in the senior centers in Willoways, and there's a large need, right? And this graph just is kind of a reminder of that. With that, I'll turn it over back to Celia.
So knowing what we do about the existing senior facility, we wanted to make sure we started to do some initial estimating around what some alternatives could be. I do want to caution that these are just estimates, and so if the will of the body is to move forward with one of the alternatives, we do need to get more definitive numbers back to you. But with that, we took a look at the general McGovern area, sort of defined within the map you see up here. And as we looked at the options, they fell into two broad categories. The first being short-term alternatives. And really what that means is they don't fit ideally with a larger vision of our senior centers or with the MK Hub's vision. They would require us to co-locate with other entities, organizations, and they seem like they would work for somewhere in the next 1 to 5 years overall. When we looked at those options, we thought that somewhere around $350,000 in capital needs would be required to get them up and running, and somewhere around $165,000 annually in operating costs. Again, want to caution that these are estimates, not actuals at this time. But then we had an opportunity to start to consider what some longer-term options were. So these would be more purpose-built facilities within the larger strategy of DHHS and the Commission on Aging. And when we looked at those numbers, we referenced the work that had been done earlier with Jewish Family Services on potentially putting the McGovern Senior Center back in the McGovern Park. And at that time, the capital costs were estimated at $7 million. The intent was for a $2 million investment from the county, which was then denied by the board. But just to give you some concept, as that's really where the $7 million is coming for right now, we would expect something similar where it would be some money from the county and the remainder in a larger partnership model. Could look again like the development of affordable housing to offset capital cost, fundraising, all sorts of different measures that we would take if the body choose to move forward with this option. And in this option, it's too soon to understand operating costs. So really the big number to think about here is the capital costs. But as I said in the beginning, this is about a facility, but the bigger picture is it's really about a community and how we want to serve older adults. And I'll pass it over to Director Kenny to do that.
Thanks. So, yeah, I mean, the idea of senior centers and why we need senior centers really comes from the knowledge that our population is aging. We have more and more older adults. And as we have seen kind of a rise in technology and people are kind of staying inside more, isolation is growing among older adults. And so senior centers are kind of the antidote to that, a space where older adults are able to gather. We're able to also provide health and wellness activities there. We're able to provide social supports there. So they're really kind of a hub for where older adults can go to combat isolation, but also to get needs met for those that might not be able to pay, right? So that's kind of an equalizing factor there. And so the need for senior centers is clear as the population ages. And listening to the Commission on Aging and the folks at senior centers, they will tell you very loudly, we need a space where just we can be, where we have a space dedicated to seniors, and that we're not kind of having to battle with with other populations. We have a space where we know we can be. I put some maps together to be able to show in the McGovern neighborhood in particular why it's important to consider continuing to invest in this neighborhood. So that top middle map that's in green there, that darkest green is where the McGovern neighborhood is. So you can see that's where our highest concentration demographically of Black and African Americans live, is in that neighborhood. And then if we go to the next two maps, we could see that if you look at the right map first, that same area is now white, meaning that there are fewer people that are over 65 in that same neighborhood. And the reason for that, if you look at the map on the left, that dark purple, that's where the lowest life expectancy is in our county. So our older adults in the McGovern neighborhood are dying earlier than people in other neighborhoods throughout Milwaukee County. And that's why we need investment in seniors, in particular, in that neighborhood. So the MKE Hub's vision was put together and published in 2024 by the Commission on Aging. And then if we go to the next slide, they had put together attributes of what they know from talking to seniors, what seniors want in senior centers, a sense of welcoming and being able to socialize easily, having lots of choices. There's this vision of a kind of open, vibrant community where you can eat and you can work out and you can engage in, cards or a movie and have educational opportunities. The vision of bringing these attributes together, some of those are, I believe in the next slide, I say some of those attributes are through programming innovations and strategic partnerships. Some of them really do depend on what the physical space of the buildings look like. So our challenge within DHHS and in partnership with DOS is to not only maintain senior centers, but really enhance them to realize this MKE Hub's vision. And so there's an opportunity to really think about that in this neighborhood, investing in the McGovern neighborhood. Spaces don't necessarily need to be owned and managed by Milwaukee County, but certainly the space that we have currently within the McGovern building it's not conducive to realizing this vision.
So with that, we have 3 options available for this committee. The first one is if the committee does wish to invest in the existing senior center facility, to do so within the larger, longer-term capital requirements. If we did that, we'd be looking at somewhere around 12 to 16 months before we would be able to reopen the facility to seniors once funding was available. Another option would be to move forward with one of these short-term options, and that would require, somewhere around that $350,000 plus for initial build-out with the annual operating costs. With funding available, we think that we could get something up and running within the next 3 to 6 months. But again, these are not ideal solutions for the larger vision, and so we feel like the best option is a longer-term solution that creates a purpose-built facility for seniors within the MK Hub's vision. And for us to do that, we are asking for $100,000 today for conceptual planning and design to move forward with that, come back to the board with real project estimates and feasibilities before you. And with that, we are happy to take any questions.
Supervisor O'Connor, thank you for the presentation.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for the presentation again. I have a couple of questions about the historic flooding. First of all, can you tell me how the building fared back in 2010? Do we have records of that when there were 2 historic floods that year?
I don't know that. I know in the last 5 years, there's been moderate flooding and the building is flooded. I don't know how it fared in 2010, but we could take a look and see if we could find that information.
Okay, I just be curious. And then as a follow-up question to that, was the historic flood in August 2025 and its impact on McGovern part of the application that Milwaukee County put forward for FEMA relief funds that were denied by the federal government?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Chair, may I continue?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I have a question about the programming innovations and strategic partnerships. So what bodies or what does the project team sort of look like that is in charge of that? Because in my mind, that's where a lot of the solutions are oriented. So I'd like a better understanding of what that cross-departmental collaboration or whatever it may be. If you can talk to me a little bit about structure and process on pursuing those partnerships. Thank you.
Yeah, so I can speak to that. So the programming is squarely in DHHS's wheelhouse, so that is our responsibility. Partnerships that could look at like co-locating within a facility or something like that. We have a small group that there's members of Director Benton's team that are on that, plus members of the DHHS team, specifically within the Aging and Disability Services team, looking at potential partnerships for co-location within buildings. For programming, we work really closely with the Commission on Aging, and they have a senior center committee within that body. And so we work closely with the chair of the Commission on Aging and the chair of that committee. And then we have our director of the Aging Area Administration on Aging within Aging and Disability Services, Dan Idzikowski, who often comes to present, who kind of leads that effort. So I don't know if that answers your question or if that made it more confusing.
Thank you, it does. And I guess if you could speak a little bit specifically to whatever the status is of anything being pursued with the brand-new Milwaukee Rec building being built a little bit to the west. Thanks.
Chair, Supervisors, yeah, we are in discussions, but we're not able to move forward until a decision is made by this body on whether or not it's on the table for us to pursue with more estimating, beginning negotiations, design, all of that.
Do you have anything else, Supervisor O'Connor? No. Thank you. Supervisor Belinsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So it appears to me that what we're voting on today is if we vote yes on this item, we're sort of precluding the first two options. We're saying no to the first two, the immediate short term and then the recommended short term. We're saying no to those, and we're saying we want the long-term option.
Chair, Supervisors, that is correct.
Okay. So there's a lot of considerations, obviously, that would come into play with this. How are the sites selected for the possible alternative locations? Just any thought process there?
Chair and Supervisors, we had a broad group of people from the community reach out about suggested options, as there is a lot of just following up on community kind of suggestions for us, as well as working with some people in the real estate sector on what could be opportunities for us, and word of mouth from other projects, notably in the news, like the MKU Rec Center. Go ahead.
Yeah, and any of those then other options include, like, has Jewish Family Services indicated any interest in doing the exact same proposal they had, but just not in the park?
Chair and Supervisors, it is my understanding that they would be interested if that type of project lended itself.
Sure. Okay.
As an option.
Yeah, I just think, because obviously we are committed to the idea of senior centers, and if that can be in partnership with the city, if that can be a public-private partnership, if that's the county exclusively, we obviously want to continue to have a senior center there for all the reasons that you mentioned, of life expectancy and everything else. So really, appreciate all the work put into this. And I think that Supervisor O'Connor's question was super important about, because I don't think in the news stories that connection has really been made about the fact that this senior center was suddenly closed and is going to be closed indefinitely now. They made it seem like it was just the county decided not to vote for that McGovern project last year, and therefore that's why this happened. And in actuality, maybe we could have had a solution to reopen it had the federal government approved the FEMA declaration, which very, very frustrating. So, yeah, I certainly look forward to seeing this process play out. I guess there is no opportunity for an interim option, like there isn't a temporary space that could then transition to a long-term solution later on.
So I could speak to that a little bit. So to my knowledge, there's nothing that is temporary that we foresee that could be a long-term solution, unless we wanted to take those short-term solutions and kind of rent in perpetuity. But we recognize the importance of keeping programming, although there's, programming throughout Milwaukee County, we recognize the importance of keeping programming in that neighborhood. And so we are looking at some interim potential partnerships where we can have select programming, shortened hours for, in a budget neutral way, so that if we go toward the long-term option or the one where it's, 12 to 16 months, so we can get programming back up and started pretty soon on an interim basis.
So like there's like maybe if you had, let's say you had the top 3 sort of activities that were taking place there before, you could try to find a way to like maybe sublease space to just do those activities on a temporary basis while we pursue this long-term option of a facility.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that would be ideal. Okay. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions from from committee members or the supervisors? I want to congratulate whoever put all this together, because you've come up with alternatives. You talked to persons within the community. How many meetings did you have from persons in the community?
That's been an ongoing thing. So I think there are multiple meetings a week with certainly our senior center committee members, and then the participants of the senior centers that we have listening sessions with regularly. So it's kind of an ongoing thing.
And for the mold damage that was done in the building, for which no one should be in that building, that's a serious consideration, particularly for those seniors who really want to meet on a regular basis, have a place or places to go to have programming. And you mentioned that there could be interim alternative, that there could be programming on an interim basis for those seniors. I know a lot of them are bummed out. I mean, they are completely bummed out, but at least you have come up with options, alternatives to, at least to be considered by this committee. Namely, we're looking at $100,000 from the appropriations for contingency fund so that more planning can occur at this particular time. As was suggested, the first 2 options are something that should be bypassed. And again, there was a lot for me to read, and a lot to consider. And I have not talked to anybody who lives in the community regarding this particular report, what has been presented, you have presented today. But nevertheless, as I said, I've seen people and they've really been bummed out because they thought that, and again, most of it is the flood. Regardless of what happened last year as it relates to, that was before the board last year. Since then, there's been this flood, and this flood has just created a lot of havoc within southeast Wisconsin. So we have what we have. What is the pleasure of committee members? Supervisor O'Connor.
I can't remember if I already moved for adoption, but I will do it again if I did, and if
Okay.
I didn't, I'm moving for adoption.
Supervisor O'Connor moves to adopt. Any further comments or questions regarding this matter, given that we do have this motion to adopt? Coordinator Smith, I'm looking, I see no one indicating that they'd like to ask a question or present a statement, so please call the roll on the motion to adopt.
On the motion by Supervisor O'Connor that item 22 be recommended for adoption, Supervisors Taylor, District 17.
No.
Rowland.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
Walensky.
Aye.
O'Connor.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman.
Aye.
5 ayes, 1 no. The motion prevails.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Rowland?
Hi. I'm going to have to ask to be excused for the rest of the meeting. Got to jump back into the workday.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Rowland.
Thank you.
I have till 2 o'clock and then I'm out, just so you know.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor Taylor. Item 23.
Item 23, from the Interim Director, Department of Office Strategy, Budget, and Performance, requesting authorization to apply for and accept 3 Act 12 Innovation Grant applications and enter into associated service transfer agreements in March of 2026. This file was also referred to the Committee on Parks and Culture, and at their meeting of March 3rd, 2026, this file was recommended for adoption by a vote of 5-0, and it is also referred to the Committee on Finance.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. My name is Nikki Todd. I am the Senior Policy Manager in the Office of Strategy, Budget, and Performance. And with your permission, may I share my screen?
Please, yes.
Thank you. And I'm also, I should mention, I'm joined virtually by Lindsay Peterson from the Budget Office, as well as Erica Goblet from DAS Economic Development. So on the Innovation Grant Program item, we are ready to submit 2 applications to this program. As you may recall, Act 12 did create the Innovation Grant Program back in 2003. DOR took some time to promulgate the rules, and then it was amended subsequently to sort of, change a few things that did delay further them publishing this opportunity. It was amended in the biennium last year in 2025, and it was published in September of 25. We are eligible as a local government for this opportunity, and it is involving a transfer of an allowable service to another entity. And the purpose is to generate long-term cost savings for local governments by transferring these services. Sorry. So eligible services, you can see the categories here. They did emphasize the public safety space. Both of our applications fall under economic development and tourism. And the way that this opportunity works or is structured is the annual amount of sort of the 25% of the baseline year is what they use to calculate the award. So that number is what is provided to you every year after you've been awarded. It could be 3 to 5 years, depending on different variables in terms of the length of the service transfer, when the application, is ready to be, or when the service is ready to be transferred, and other factors. The first disbursement will be this June, and then the final disbursement in 2030. To remain eligible each year, the total post-consolidation cost of that transferred service cannot exceed 115% of the baseline year, and that is to account for some inflation over that potential 5 years. The Office of Strategy, Budget, and Performance over almost a 2-year period met with certainly many departments, I think any that would have eligible projects. And we did an extensive review with the departments at the highest levels, and this is what brought us to these 2 applications, meeting the fairly prescriptive requirements of this program, as well as the timeline. So the 2 applications that are before you are 2 are grouped in together, 2 service transfers are grouped in together. And that's sort of based on the way that economic development has already been proceeding with these culturals. So it's the Charles Alice Museum as well as the Village Terrace Arts Museum. And you can see the apportionment there would be that if we receive a grant award, 85% of that would be retained by Milwaukee County, and then we would transfer 15% to each of those entities. They would divide that equally, so they'd each get 7.5. And then the second application is the Marcus Center, and it's the same percentage, except they would keep all 15%. And then here's the chart that just sort of shows the breakdown of what would come to Milwaukee County and then what we would retain after we disperse. And again, those numbers of disbursements are really just based on the structure of the agreements. And these two agreements, of course, have already been, these service transfers have already been approved by this board, which is a requirement of this program. The next step upon board approval is to get those agreements that were attached as part of this file completely signed and executed with the full county signature process, and we are ready to submit per the March 31st deadline. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions. Yes. Yes, sir. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. Is this the first time the state of Wisconsin has done this, or before? Okay, no, then let me revise my response. So I believe Jeremy Lucas had presented on this item as part of sort of this bigger shared services, concept, because originally when this grant came out, we thought, oh, this could be sort of an extension of the shared services work that we had been pursuing. But it was sort of IGR, not really financial, it was more informational. Mm-hmm.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. So there were a couple other things that we did in this county where we sort of divested from a cultural institution or another related institution. I know like the War Memorial being one. Were these the only two that were eligible for this program? Was the Volaterras and Charles Allison Marcus Center?
They're the only, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, Supervisors, these were the only two that were eligible and met the timeline.
The timeline, right. And what effect does, if say we were awarded this innovation grant, what effect would that have on the ability of these institutions to come to us for more money at budget time? You definitely saw the Marcus Center do that last year.
Yeah, so thank you for the question, Supervisor. I may defer to Erica Goblet, who's been more involved with those conversations. Or Celia, who's here.
Go ahead, Erica. Thank you, Chair, Supervisors. Erica Goblet, Project Manager with DAS Economic Development. And considering the change that we just approved with the Marcus Center, that goes through the next 5 years. And the Marcus Center was requested to come back within about a 3-year period of time to talk about long-term how that would look to be completely independent from the county. So that won't be happening for a few years, if it were to happen at all, that they would come back and ask for additional funds.
I guess what I'm asking is the savings that we're seeing here, the $761,000 over 5 years, would that be untouchable, or would they still be allowed, like would these groups still be allowed to come to us and ask for that, say, since you're getting this money from the state, we would like some of that because we can't do what we say we're going to do?
Thank you. I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question. No, we already have an agreement that will be in place. There's not a lot. It's basically an administrative fee for them applying with us. So the 85% comes to the county, and it will always be the county's funds, and the 15% is the amount that will go to our cultural partner for participating.
Okay.
So Chair, Supervisors, yeah, what I would say is it is a benefit to both us and the cultural institutions, and it is only available if the funds are received to the cultural partners and is an additional bonus to them and is separate from our other agreements.
Mm-hmm. I guess maybe I didn't phrase it correctly. If we approve this then and we get accepted for this, then does that make it financially less viable for them to ask for more money from us later? Does that affect this award if they then later come to us for a different pot of money?
Mr. Chair, Supervisors, these are completely separate from any other agreements that you would have with them or have had with them. So this is only specific to the innovation grant.
Okay.
And that is included in the letter of agreement, in the contract language.
Supervisor Bielanski, thank you. Supervisor O'Connor.
Thank you, Chair, and I think this is adjacent to the question from the Chair. This is a new, the innovation grant, though, is a new program of the state. Is that correct? And so therefore, we have not applied. We haven't seen any other successful applications. We don't know, there's no track record on this program so far?
I'm sorry. Thank you. Mr. Chair, Supervisors, so there are two sides to answer that question. One is that there have been innovation funds before in the state, but they haven't been specific to this particular grant program. So the name might throw people off, but this is the first time this grant program has existed. And in terms of sort of a track record for us to be able to tell, we've never been eligible before, but as part of this opportunity, about a year ago, there was a planning grant opportunity, and this was for very small, tribes and municipalities, and they were able to apply. You saw a lot of easy public safety things, a lot of, sort of small lifts being funded. I'm trying to think of examples like ambulance kind of services, and that's all listed on their website. So you can see in the DOR grant, there's like a planning grant, all of the grants that were awarded. But again, that was for municipalities under 5,000 people.
Populations under 5,000 people, you indicated.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair.
Manager Todd?
Yes, the planning grant was restricted to municipalities with populations of under 5,000, or 5,000 or under.
Thank you.
Yes.
Any other Supervisor O'Connor?
Chair, if this is an action item, which I'm unclear, I would move for approval.
There's a resolution before us.
Okay, yes, then I move for adoption.
Any further questions for the experts I wish the experts can give us some answers? Any further questions? Any comments? We have a motion to adopt the resolution for file number 26-330. Coordinator Smith, will you call the roll in order to determine what the committee would like to do?
On the motion by Supervisor O'Connor, that item 23 be recommended for adoption, Supervisors Taylor, District 17.
Aye.
Taylor, District 5. I'm sorry, your mic is muted, I think.
Aye.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Martinez,
Aye.
Bielanski,
Aye.
O'Connor.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman.
Aye.
6 ayes, 0 noes, the motion prevails.
Thank you all. Thank you very much. Really appreciate your testimony. Item 24, please.
Item 24, from the Interim Director, Office of Strategy, Budget, and Performance, requesting authorization to reallocate Federal American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA, revenue and expenses.
Good afternoon. Please proceed.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chair and committee members. My name is Ashley Adsit. I'm the Director of Project and Performance Management within the Office of Strategy, Budget, and Performance. I'm joined today by Jim Moon with the Comptroller's Office. In front of you today is an item related to Milwaukee County's final spend down of American Rescue Plan Act funding. Just to share a little bit of background, the federal deadline for spending our $183.7 million is the end of this year, so December 31st of 2026. So we're in that final stretch
we have 94% of our funds already expended. And of the 11.4 million that's remaining that is encumbered, 8.5% of that is for the Forensic Science Center capital project. So with county board approval, we were successfully able to hit our first major deadline, which was allocating and committing all of our funds by 2024. That avoided any return of uncommitted funds unnecessarily. And that process was successful in part because in 2023 and 2024, this body authorized implementation of a strategy to convert our funding sources for board-approved ARPA projects to tax levy. So we did this by funding eligible operating costs that are typically funded through tax levy with ARPA funds, so we were able to free up an equivalent amount of tax levy funds for the original ARPA-approved projects that might have needed more time to commit or expend funds. So those revenue conversions had a $0 impact on the county's tax levy, and so the action in front of you today is to replicate that same strategy to allow us to expend 100% of our funds by the December 31st, 2026 deadline. This gives SPP and the Comptroller's Office authority to exercise this option on an as-needed basis for any projects that might be at risk for not meeting either the federal deadline or our internal Milwaukee County deadlines. Allows them to continue if they're delayed, minimizes our risk associated with the federal funds, and to ensure we don't have to return anything. And again, this action has a $0 tax levy impact, and we are available to answer any questions you might have.
I'll make a motion to adopt.
Thank you. Any further comments or questions regarding Supervisor Belinsky?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So looking at the report then, or fiscal note then, so most of this is, of the unspent funds are going toward the Forensic Science Center project?
Correct. We have $8.5 million out of our $11.4 million of encumbered projects associated with that project.
And where's the rest of the $3 million going?
Yeah, we have about $2.9 million spread across, let's see if I were to count this list. There is a chart in your report there of about...
Oh, I thought that was the original list. That's the list of where it's going.
That's the list,
okay.
yeah.
That makes perfect sense then.
Yeah.
Supervisor Steve Taylor moves to adopt the resolution. Any further comments, questions regarding any of these items? Of course, over the years, there's been a lot of work done in order to coordinate what needs to happen according to the federal government's requirements as it relates to these ARPA funds. Coordinator Smith. I don't know why I want to call you Comptroller. Coordinator Smith, will you please call the roll on the motion by Supervisor Taylor to adopt?
On the motion by Supervisor Taylor, District 17, that item 24 be recommended for adoption, Supervisors Taylor, District 17.
Aye.
Taylor, District 5.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
Belinsky.
Aye.
O'Connor.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman.
Aye.
6 ayes, 0 noes. The motion prevails.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Item 25, please.
Item 25, from the Interim Director, Office of Strategy, Budget, and Performance, providing an appropriation transfer packet for the March 2026 cycle.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Supervisors.
Good afternoon.
Dan Lola, Office of Strategy, Budget, and Performance, presenting the March Fund Transfer Packet. There are 12 transfers for your review. I'll give a brief overview and it'll be available for questions. A1 is a $92,000 transfer from personnel costs to operating costs for the Office of Government Affairs. There's the position of Government Affairs Liaison that's expected to be vacant in 26, so this action makes the funds available for professional services. A $2.3 million transfer to recognize federal 5310 funds for transit. This is the second year of the approved program, and the first year was approved by the board in April of 25. About $450,000 to recognize revenue for the State General Transportation Program. Due to the timing of our budget process, we don't know the final number when the budget's submitted to the county board. So this transfer recognizes the revenue and authorizes expenditures for the additional service and highways. $1.3 million to realign airport revenues and expenditures. This is another transfer that's the result of the timing of the budget process. There's no overall change to expenditures or revenues. $1 million to recognize revenue in child support services for the Forge Fatherhood Grant. Transfers B5 through B7, these are all revenue transfers in parks. There's a total of $76,000 requested to recognize revenue for Burner Botanical Garden Trust funds, urban forestry grants, and funding from the Parks Foundation. C1 is a capital transfer. This is more of a technical transfer to combine 3 sanitary sewer projects into one project. C2 is a transfer to reallocate $95,000 from the complete COGS building project to the DHS operating budget. This will allow the project to be closed out and also maintain the previously approved funding for artwork that's expected to be installed in '26. D1 is a transfer to increase revenues and expenditures by $3 million in an airport capital project for the ticketing area remodeling. This was originally planned back in 2017 at a cost of $3 million. It was put on hold during COVID because of the uncertainty in the airline industry. And now we have a cost increase both due to the inflation since the project was planned and also a slight change in scope to perform the work at night for passenger safety reasons. The airport staff have indicated that they've planned for this change and there's sufficient airport revenues for the increased cost. And finally, a roughly $7,000 transfer between the county board and appropriation for contingencies. This ensures that the county board budget is at the statutory maximum for 2026. I'm happy to take any questions and recommend adoption.
Make a motion to adopt.
We have a motion to adopt the appropriations packet for the March 2026 cycle. Any comments or questions of Operations Director Laurella? Any questions, comments? Coordinator Smith, would you please call the roll on the motion to adopt?
On the motion by Supervisor Taylor, District 17, that item 25 be recommended for adoption. Supervisors Taylor, District 17.
Aye.
Taylor, District 5.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
Belinsky.
Aye.
O'Connor.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman.
Aye.
6 ayes, 0 noes. The motion prevails.
Thank you. Supervisor Taylor, Shaquana Taylor was not with us for a while. Did she miss any votes?
Mr. Chairman, committee members, looks like 20, 21, 22. Yeah, looks like 20, 21, and 22.
20, 21, 22. Supervisor Taylor, is there...
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to be counted in with the affirmative of the majority on those votes.
Okay. Thank you. So ordered.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you. Let's see. Item 20.
Point of order, Mr. Chair?
Yeah, pardon me?
Just a point of order real quick. So if we were to lose anybody for any period of time at this point, we would no longer have quorum, correct? Now that we're down to 5?
Let's see. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We've got 5.
Yeah, I'm just saying, so if we were to lose any one more person at this point,
then we would have a quorum with 4.
We would with 4?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I thought we needed 2/3.
if 2 leave, then we can't vote on anything.
Just majority, not 2/3. That was my question I needed answered. Thank you.
Thank you. Item 26, please.
Item 26, report from the Executive Director, Department of Health and Human Services, providing an informational update on the 2026 state county contract spending controls. This file was considered by the Committee on Health, Equity, Human Needs, and Strategic Planning at their meeting of March 5th, 2026, and it was discussed with no action taken, and it is also referred to this committee and is informational only unless otherwise directed by the committee.
Good afternoon, Chair, committee members. David Mohammed, Deputy Director, Department of Health and Human Services, here on behalf of Director Shakita LeGrette McLean, presenting, as was stated, the item, which is an informational report regarding state spending controls of the 2026 social services and community programs contracts with the state of Wisconsin. Claire O'Brien is going to be presenting that, our Budget and Policy Director.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Today I'm presenting on an informational update on the 2026 state-county contract for social services. The contract is funded by a number of federal grants which support a variety of programming and services in our departments, such as mental health services, aging services, adult protective services, and birth to three, among many other programs. And if you recall, the contract was approved by the county board back in December. And at that time, I had indicated that the state had set up some spending controls in the contract due to the federal funding uncertainty. Since that time, Congress approved the appropriations bill for Health and Human Services, which funds the federal grants that are in our contract. And since we submitted the report, the state has lifted some of those spending controls, not all of them. The remaining controls won't be lifted until the federal government confirms the balance of funding with the state. So the tightest spending controls impact about 8% of our $64 million contract with the state, which is basically in the area of mental health services. There are also some spending controls impacting senior nutrition. So obviously, given the current federal landscape, this has been a very difficult situation for counties to navigate. We have been in discussions with the state and other counties, and at this time, other counties have elected not to change their provider contracts. And right now, this is our plan as well. The situation is really unprecedented, and we're trying to be as thoughtful as possible. We don't plan to pause or reduce contracts based on the information that's available right now. And if that should change, for example, if we do not get the federal funds as anticipated, we would notify you right away. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions you may have.
Budget and Policy Director O'Brien, with respect to the risk level being low for that $45,525,112, have you seen or do you know of any jurisdictions across the country for which the federal government, basically for these services, have just decided thumbs down? I see that the risk is low, according to your analysis. For your determination, as opposed to the risk level being high for the aorta services, mental health block grant, particularly with outpatient pharmacy services. Have you seen anything? Have you seen anything to possibly change that risk level low to either medium or high for that $42.5 million?
So, Mr. Chair, the information I believe that you're looking at is detailed in our report, and that's based on our contract with the state of Wisconsin. And those numbers have improved since we submitted the report to you.
Okay.
The high-risk level is no longer at 6.9 million. It's about 5.1 million. The medium level has also improved from 14 million to 8.8 million. And these are just estimates based on the information that we have available. It's basically the state receives the funding from the federal government through a notice of award. And we received that confirmation from the state for the first quarter for those high-risk levels. the vast majority of funding is considered low risk because we can draw down those funds. It's just basically spending restrictions that the state has put in place because they don't want to release all the funding until the federal government confirms the funding availability for the balance of the year.
Okay, thank you very much. Supervisor Belinsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The state is currently engaged in a series of lawsuits managed under DOJ on like funding rescissions, threatened rescissions, from the federal government. Are any of these three programs affected by the ongoing litigation, or are these just prospective, like the things that they might try to rescind?
Mr. Chair, Supervisor, as far as I know, none of these funding, the federal grants are impacted by that lawsuit or the litigation. I think that the state is just reacting and taking a very conservative approach. And they want to wait until they get that written confirmation from the federal government.
Right. And then, so is their stance that all counties should continue to offer these services up until the moment, and even maybe perhaps beyond the fact the federal government would deny, assuming that the state would then sue to get the money back if it was obligated money already?
Mr. Chair, Supervisor, based on my conversations with the Department of Health Services, they haven't really advised counties one way or another, and that's why it's been kind of difficult. So we've leaned into how other counties are proceeding on this, and right now they've elected to move forward with their contracts, and they're not making any changes. But we do, and that's why I'm here, want to outline the risk. We believe at this point, given the information that we have available, this is probably the best path forward, given all of the the facts before us and the information that we've received.
I guess what I'm saying is the state has $2.5 billion in an account. We don't. So if these things were to go hit the fan, then the state would continue to pay us? Or did they not say that, whether they'd continue to pay us?
Mr. Chair, Supervisor, they did not say that to me, no.
Okay, thanks.
Any further comments or questions from the committee? Having this information.
Item 27, a report from the Executive Director, Department of Health and Human Services, requesting approval to accept a supplemental award of $100,000 for the Emergency Housing and Stabilization for Older Adults Grant Program.
Good afternoon once again, Chair, committee members, David Mohammed, Deputy Director, Department of Health and Human Services. The action report is as stated for our Administration for Community Living and a $100,000 supplemental award for the county. Donna Lacaze is going to speak to that item.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Committee. We were asked to apply for an additional $100,000 on our Administrative for Community Living Elder Justice Grant in order to support the work that we're doing in partnership with our Housing Services Division to house older adults that are homeless. Currently, we have about 30% of the population seen in Warming that are over the age of 60 years of age or older. They don't have homes. They don't have access to their funds, and the cost of housing is higher than they can support. We are using this additional $100,000 to create a lower barrier medical respite opportunity for them in order to get them assisted and connected to services and into permanent housing options. There is a match requirement to this as outlined in the report, so there will be an additional match with the already approved amount that we were getting of approximately $976,248.
Questions?
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for keeping track of this situation, and I move for adoption.
Any further comments? Coordinator Smith, please call the roll on the motion, please.
On the motion by Supervisor O'Connor that item 27 be recommended for adoption, Supervisors Taylor, District 5.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
Belinsky.
Aye.
O'Connor.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman.
Aye.
5 ayes, 0 noes. The motion prevails.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Item 28.
Item 28, a report from the Executive Director, Department of Health and Human Services, requesting authorization to amend a 2026 purchase of service contract with Racine County. This file was also referred to the Committee on Health, Equity, Human Needs, and Strategic Planning for informational purposes only per Section 59.52, Sub 31, Sub D, Wisconsin State Statutes, and at their meeting of March 5th, 2026. This file was discussed with no action taken, and it is referred to this committee for action.
Yes, Committee Chair, committee members. As was stated, David Mohammed, Deputy Director, Department of Health and Human Services, wanted to introduce the item, and our Administrator of Children, Youth, and Family Services will present regarding the purchase of service contract with Racine County for their secure residential care center for youth.
Excuse me. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and Supervisors. Kelly Hupke, Administrator for Children, Youth, and Family Services. So like Deputy Director said, we're here today to request an increase in our current purchase of service contract with Racine County. And this contract is to place kids who are court-ordered into their secure residential care center for children and youth, or CRC. So we currently have a contract with Racine for $99,000. We are here to request an increase of $1.2 million for a total contract of $1.299 thousand, almost just under $1.3 million. We do have money in our budget to fund this contract increase. And a little bit of background around the CRC. Per Act 185, all children who we are either recommending or the courts are ordering be placed in a correctional facility have to be referred to a CRC first. As of right now, the only CRC in the state of Wisconsin is Racine. So all kids have to be referred to Racine, who then review and determine whether they will accept the youth or not. And that has to happen before a kid can be court ordered to the Department of Corrections, Division of Juvenile Corrections. So the Racine CRC opened around mid-year last year, and since that time we've had around 11 kids who have been court ordered to Racine. As of today, we have 7 kids who are there. And so this contract is just to ensure that we have funds available within this contract to pay for these out-of-home placements. We do expect that number to decrease as we open our CRC here in Milwaukee County, as Milwaukee County will be the CRC of choice for all kids here in Milwaukee. I do want to say there is still potential for kids to go to Racine. If our CRC is full, we do also have to then refer to Racine before they can be court ordered. Before we can do a change of placement to the Department of Corrections. So, but that number should decrease significantly. And with that, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Is the daily rate that for youth to go to Racine, is that the same as what was passed in the budget last year? Or is it a different rate?
So Mr. Chair and Supervisors, the daily rate for Racine is $1,200 a day.
Yeah.
That was around Last year, the daily rate for corrections was, I think, $1,264 per day. The current rate for corrections is $501. And I don't know if you recall that there was a much higher proposed rate. The governor did slash that, cut that. Yeah, okay. So the received rate is currently higher than the correctional rate, but we anticipate that will change and the correctional daily rate will increase significantly in the next budget session.
And that's a state facility or a county operated facility?
Supervisor, the Racine is county run.
So Racine County. So Racine County is essentially profiting off of every youth that we sent down there. I mean, we're paying them the cost of a monthly rent per day per kid.
Supervisor, that is correct. We pay the daily rate, which they set the daily rate for their facility. Yeah.
Okay.
So the $501 daily rate that will go into effect in October?
No, Mr. Chair and Supervisors, the correctional daily rate, which is the state-operated facilities or type 1, that current rate is $501 a day.
Seats is higher at this particular time.
Correct.
And why is that, Administrator?
So, Mr. Chair, back when Racine initially opened or was planning an opening for their CERC, they tried to match their rate to what the correctional daily rate was at the time. So at the time when they were developing their CERC, the daily rate for corrections was $1,264. And so they tried to set the rate as close to that as possible, which is $1,200. And then with the last budget, the state budget, when the governor cut the correctional daily rate to $501, that's where that discrepancy or that change came into play. We do, like I said, we do expect that correctional daily rate to increase, so pretty significantly in the next budget, although we don't have numbers or know exactly what that will look like yet.
Thank you, Administrator Pethke. Any further comments or questions regarding File 26-312? We have a resolution before us. Supervisor O'Connor.
I'll move for adoption.
Supervisor O'Connor moves to adopt. Coordinator Smith, will you call the roll on the motion, please?
On the motion by Supervisor O'Connor that item 28 be recommended for adoption, Supervisors Taylor, District 5.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
Belinsky.
Aye.
O'Connor.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman.
Aye.
5 ayes, 0 noes. The motion prevails.
Okay. Item number 29, please.
Item 29, a report from the Executive Director, Department of Health and Human Services, requesting approval to execute a catering price agreement with an Ox Cafe as part of the Senior Dining Dine-Out program. This file was also referred to the Committee on Health Equity, Human Needs, and Strategic Planning for informational purposes only per Section 59.52, Sub 31, Sub D, Wisconsin State Statutes, and at their meeting of March 5th, 2026. This file was discussed with no action taken, and it is referred to the Committee on Finance for action. And also, Mr. Chairman, committee members, there is an amendment that has been uploaded and clicked relating to this file.
Director Itzikowski, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair Johnson.
Sure. David Mohammed, Deputy Director, Chair and Supervisors. Director Itzikowski is going to present this item.
Thank you, Chair Johnson, members of the committee. I would just note that there was an amendment to the resolution itself because I inadvertently left off the term of the agreement, which will be from March 23rd, 2026 through December 31st, 2026. That term period is in the report, but not in the resolution, if you choose to adopt it. So this is an item of good news from the Aging Services area. We are adding a new dine-out site that will expand our dine-out program to include Southeast Asian cuisine. This site will operate like the other dine-out sites 1 day a week, and it's the kind of standard term in terms of price agreement. So the county board needs to approve both new sites and when we close dining sites, as well as these financial implications. And we do have the funding for this within our budget.
And this site is at 7411 West Hampton Avenue?
That is correct.
And specializes in Lao and Thai cuisines, Thai cuisines, Thai, Thai cuisines.
Mm-hmm.
I guess we have to check it out sometime. Thank you. There's an amendment from Supervisor Johnson Jr., and as Director Zakowski has indicated, the amendment relates to changing the resolution to add for the term March 23rd, 2026 through December 31st, 2026, as outlined in the departmental request here to attach to this file. I guess I should have passed the gavel. I could have done that. Supervisor O'Connor, would you help the chair out?
I'll move to adopt the amendment.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Any further comments regarding the amendment? Since the director has indicated that the dates were inadvertently left out. They are in the report, but not in the resolution. Coordinator Smith.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes. Yes,
Thank you.
Supervisor Taylor.
Yeah, so O'Connor already moved it, but I just wanted to give a shout out for the meal sites. On the other side, we have been visiting them, able to partake in the meal with our seniors, and the food is good, but the company is even better.
Okay.
They have undiscovered like a community of family with I call them our seasoned people, but our seniors, where they are able to talk and meet with each other, and these are people that live across Milwaukee County, so it's just not to one area. So I just wanted to say great jobs and kudos to that. And if any supervisor has the time, I would say please go to one or two of the meal sites and just partake in the good company and great food. And this is a great thing that Milwaukee County is actually doing. It's something that I would like to bring to the other side for some of the rural areas, but it makes a difference in the world of our seniors.
Thank you for your testimony, Supervisor Taylor. It's been, Supervisor O'Connor has moved to adopt the amendment. Any further comments? Seeing none, Coordinator Smith, will you call the roll on the motion by Supervisor O'Connor to adopt the amendment?
On the motion by Supervisor O'Connor that Finance Amendment 1 be approved, Supervisors Taylor, District 5.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
Belinsky.
Aye.
O'Connor.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman.
Aye.
5 ayes, 0 noes. The motion prevails.
Supervisor O'Connor?
I'll move to adopt the resolution as amended.
Thank you, Supervisor O'Connor. Coordinator Smith, would you call the roll on the motion to adopt as amended?
On the motion by Supervisor O'Connor that item 29 be recommended for adoption as amended, Supervisors Taylor, District 5.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
Belinsky.
Aye.
O'Connor.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman.
Aye.
5 ayes, 0 noes. The motion prevails.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Item number 30, please.
Item 30, a report from the Executive Director, Department of Health and Human Services, requesting authorization to amend a purchase of service contract with the Indian Council for the Elderly for the Area Agency on Aging, AAA, for the period January 1st, 2026 through December 31st, 2026.
Once again, good afternoon, Chair and Supervisors. David Muhammad, Deputy Director, Department of Health and Human Services. As was stated, we're seeking authorization to amend the amount of the contract with the Indian Council for the Elderly from $85,000 to $105,000. And Director Idzikowski is going to present this item.
Thank you.
Director?
Thank you, Chair Johnson, members of the committee. Again, even before I get into this, I would just like to report that the county executive did just proclaim March as Senior Nutrition Month in Milwaukee County. So these are two great motions to go along with that proclamation. And the second one, again, is to respond to the increased participation in the meal program at the All Nations Senior Center, which is located at 944 North 33rd Street off Highland in the Waikima campus. And as Deputy Director Muhammad stated, we're looking to increase that contract by $20,000 to accommodate the additional meals that are being served at that facility for the remainder of 2026.
Supervisor O'Connor.
I'll move for adoption.
Supervisor O'Connor moves for adoption. Any further comments or questions regarding file number 26-30302? Seeing no indication of such, Coordinator Smith, please call the roll on the motion to adopt.
On the motion by Supervisor O'Connor that item 30 be recommended for adoption, Supervisors Taylor, District 5.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
Belinsky.
Aye.
O'Connor.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman.
Aye.
5 ayes, 0 noes. The motion prevails.
Thank you.
Thank you. 933 North 33rd Street, huh? Pretty soon I won't have any money.
All of the Older Americans Act programs are available on a voluntary contribution basis only.
Yes, sir. Appreciate it. Okay. Item number 31, please.
Item 31, a report from the Executive Director, Department of Health and Human Services, requesting authorization to execute retroactive purchase of service contracts with Wisconsin Community Services, WCS, Fathers Making Progress, FMP, and Unite Wisconsin as Forge Fatherhood Grant partners. This file was also referred to the Committee on Health, Equity, Human Needs, and Strategic Planning for informational purposes only, per section 59.52, sub 31, sub D, Wisconsin State statutes, and at their meeting of March 5th, 2026, this file was discussed with no action taken, and it is referred to the Committee on Finance for action.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair, Supervisors. This action item is for Child Support Services, and Director Sandra Stevens, Director of Programs and Support Services for Child Support, will present the item.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and committee members. Thank you. My name is Sandra Stevens. I'm the Director of Programs and Supportive Services for Child Support Services. On September 26th, 2025, our department was awarded a 5-year grant from the Office of Family Assistance Administration for Children and Families, just under $1 million a year for 5 years. Child Support Services requires the assistance of multiple agencies here in Milwaukee to implement this particular program, 3 of which are Wisconsin Community Services, Fathers Making Progress, and Unite Wisconsin. Projects of this particular scope on these types of federal grants are allowed a 6-month planning period within the first year of the grant. And that is what we have been doing since September 30th with these particular agencies. The notice of funding opportunity came out in July, and we had approximately 2 weeks to write this application for this grant. Typically, grants of this sort were allotted about 2 months. This is the fourth type of grant that we've received. A 2-week turnaround for an application of this magnitude is unheard of. But we managed to do it, and we were awarded the grant September 26th, like I mentioned. The grant year started September 30th. Yeah. So during this 6-month, what we've been doing is finalizing the 3 partners that we want to implement these services for us, finalizing their budgets, allowing them time to hire staff. We've been providing curriculum training to their staff in order to ramp up for our April start date when we actually start providing services to fathers in Milwaukee County. That is the reason for the ask for the retroactive back to September 30th. The partners, I would like to be able to pay the partners for the time that they've spent in planning and in training in anticipation of the April 1st start date.
I will say, Director Stevens, that I meant to get to Office Manager, is it Barry? Cheryl Barry?
Yes.
Very late in the day yesterday, and I did talk to Ms. Marcinowski. I'm going to call her, that is to say, Ms. Barry, and apologize to her because she gave me some time to give me more information regarding this particular matter. But I was recognized as one who in the past has been very supportive of child support services, but I still have to make that call. Otherwise, I may not be able to get into the building or something. So I will make that call. Okay. Committee members.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Belinsky.
Appreciate it. Perhaps I just need some good news today, but could you just give one kind of brief example to illustrate sort of how this kind of more upstream program can help solve problems that might otherwise become downstream problems?
Absolutely. The funding is for, like I mentioned, fatherhood programming, fatherhood workshops. The required components of our workshop are economic stability, healthy relationships, and responsible parenting. This particular program is open to fathers age 18 and older. They can be father figures, perhaps living with a partner who has children that may not be their own biological children, but they are still a father figure in the household, expectant fathers, and any father over the age of 18 who has children under the age of 24. But our target population are low-income African-American males age 18 and 24. So if we can help instill, especially the healthy relationship and responsible parenting piece at that age, we know that that type of programming will lead to better results for both the fathers and their children.
And so this isn't just something for court-ordered situation. This is something that'll be open to anyone
Correct,
in the
yep.
target area.
This is a totally voluntary program.
Sure.
And if I could add, the work that we've done with other providers, some of whom have been longstanding, Fathers Making Progress is newer to contracting with Milwaukee County. They literally are just blocks away from the COG Center where their offices are at the King Community Center. We also do other programming with them and have done some trainings for parents. So excited about this work taking place. Obviously, this was under a different name as the Fatherhood Fire Program previously for folks who are unaware. But this configuration of providers, Unite WI with the community health workers, WCS with a long track record of this type of work, we're confident that we'll be able to not only be effective in that way, but also have better stories to tell as well.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, as a child of a emotionally abusive alcoholic father, it's this kind of programs that I think are very important, and I'm glad that the county, given its limited fiscal situation, is still able to at least be partners on something like this. So thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor O'Connor.
I'll move for adoption.
Supervisor O'Connor moves for adoption.
I think Supervisor Taylor is muted.
She's muted. Supervisor, thank you very much, Deputy Director Mohammed. Supervisor.
I would go move.
You want to move?
Thank you, Chairman. I would go move adoption and give a shout out. I am very aware of Fathers Making Progress in some of the other organizations, so I think this would be a great thing for Milwaukee County, but I was just holding my hand up to move approval. Thank you guys for this work.
Well, thank you. And Supervisor Taylor, thank you for the many years of service that you have provided to Milwaukee County. We know that you're going to be leaving soon, but thank you very much, ma'am. You've been very diligent in doing community work, and those who have received the benefits, the beneficiaries of your contributions are not going to miss you, because as a state representative, you're doing what you can do to help at that particular level. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. We have a motion to adopt from Supervisor O'Connor. Coordinator Smith, will you please call the roll?
On the motion by Supervisor O'Connor that item 31 be recommended for adoption, Supervisors Taylor, District 5.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
Belinsky.
Aye.
O'Connor.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman.
Aye.
5 ayes, 0 noes, the motion prevails.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Item number 32, which is related.
Item 32, a report from the Executive Director, Department of Health and Human Services, requesting authorization to execute retroactive professional service agreements with Sojourner Family Peace Center and AMTC and Associates as Forge Fatherhood Grant Partners. This file was also referred to the Committee on Health Equity, Human Needs, and Strategic Planning for informational purposes only per Section 59.52, Sub 31, Sub D, Wisconsin State Statutes, and at their meeting of March 5th, 2026, this file was discussed with no action taken, and it is referred to the Committee on Finance for action.
Thank you.
Once again, good afternoon. David Mohammed, Deputy Director, Department of Health and Human Services, Chair and Supervisors. As was stated, this is an additional action item related to the Forge Grant, and Director Stevens will present this item.
Sandra Stevens, Director of Programs and Supportive Services for Child Support Services. This is another component of the Forge Fatherhood Program. We are required to contract with a domestic violence agency to provide training to our implementation partners on what to do when there is a disclosure made by one of our participants in the program regarding intimate partner violence. So we are requesting to contract with Sojourner Family Peace Center to provide a domestic violence training protocol for our service providers on what to do in those situations, how to approach those situations. And then Sojourner will also provide quarterly training and updates regarding any domestic violence news or research in that particular field. AMTC and Associates is the partner that we've selected to contract with for program performance and evaluation. So this is our 4th round of fatherhood funding. Each of those rounds we have participated in a federal federal evaluation. This 4th time will be no different. AMTC and Associates has been our partner going back to 2011 on our fatherhood funding. Again, they're providing performance management, monitoring, and evaluation services.
Thank you. Supervisor Belinsky?
I would move approval.
Coordinator Smith, will you please call the roll?
On the motion by Supervisor Belinsky that item 32 be recommended for adoption, Supervisors Taylor, District 5.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
Belinsky.
Aye.
O'Connor.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman.
Aye.
5 ayes, 0 noes, the motion prevails.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Items 33 and 34, if we may take them together.
Item 33, from Corporation Counsel, Office of Corporation Counsel, providing an informational report regarding the status of pending litigation. This file is also considered by the Committee on Judiciary, Law Enforcement, and General Services, and at their meeting of March 10th, 2026, this file was discussed with no action taken, and it is also referred to Finance and is informational only unless otherwise directed by the committee.
Thank you.
Item 34, from Corporation Counsel, Office of Corporation Counsel, providing an informational report regarding claim and litigation settlement payments. This file is also considered by the Committee on Judiciary, Law Enforcement, and General Services, and at their meeting of March 10th, 2026, this file was also discussed with no action taken, and it is also referred to Finance and is informational only unless otherwise directed by the committee.
Deputy Corporation Counsel Melinda.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Melinda Lawrence, Deputy Corporation Counsel, here to present these items to you. Primarily of note from the litigation report, item 33 is line 1, the Christensen matter. The March 3rd hearing was postponed to allow for briefing on the county's motion to lift the decree. The status date for that has been moved to June 29th, 2026. The other thing I would bring to your attention is line 84, Stuhlin v. Cullen. This is a case that was filed last fall challenging the constitutionality of legislative changes to Wisconsin Statute 59.25 sub 3, which allows the county to retain fines and fees associated with traffic infractions to support funding for the district attorney's office. The county has filed a motion to change venue and a motion to dismiss for lack of standing. Those are pending before the court, waiting for the court's response. With respect to the settlement report, the notable items are in section 1. We did resolve 2 litigation matters. It's line 14 from the litigation report. Ronald Schroeder's First Amendment claims were resolved for $10,000. And line 6, Keenan Knight's claims for excessive force and failure to intervene were settled for $12,500. Those are both WCMIC-covered settlements. I'm happy to take any questions that you have.
Any questions of Deputy Corporation Counsel Melinda Lawrence? Supervisor Bielanski?
It's been said that we're expecting maybe fall as the next update on the Christensen in terms of any meaningful action on the case. Is that correct?
That is accurate.
Okay, and just process-wise, not specific to the case, but on a process basis, would there be any potential that the county would engage directly with the litigant who initially wanted to hold us in contempt, or would it be all through these court proceedings?
I'm not sure exactly what you're asking.
Like there wouldn't be any kind of settlement ahead of any court date. There would just be the court date and then the judge would make a decision. That's kind of what we're thinking is going to happen.
Procedurally, that is probably what's going to happen. We're not foreclosed from negotiating with the plaintiff.
Okay, I get it. That's all right.
Any other comments or questions regarding the various lawsuits in item 33 and the settlements for item 34? Any further comments, questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Have a good afternoon.
Do the same. God bless. Thanks. Item 35.
Item 35, e-comments submitted to the Committee on Finance via the County Legislative Information Center click. And Supervisor Taylor District 17 did indicate that 2 e-comments were received during the meeting.
2?
Yes, 2, and they will be appended to the file along with any other ones that may have came in.
Thank you. Supervisor Steve Taylor. Okay, we've had a long meeting, and thank you all for staying and participating. Thank you. Thank you. A motion for adjournment.
Mr. Chair.
Move to adjourn?
I know I can do that, but I'm just asking.
I motion to adjourn.
Yeah.
Supervisor O'Connor moves to adjourn. Any questions regarding that? Anyone would like to stay for another 10, 15, 20 minutes? Apparently not. All those in favor?
Oh, that's okay.
What'd you say? Pardon me?
I just wanted to, real quick, Mr. Chairman, since this will be my last finance meeting,
please.
I wanted to say it was such a pleasure working with everyone. I'm going to miss you all so much, but I know we'll still be in contact. I've been on finance since I came to the county board, so right out the door as a freshman. So for 10 years, I learned a lot, I grew a lot, was able to understand some things. But please, please, please continue to advocate and ask the questions. I often say it's a meeting of the minds when we ask certain questions, just because our constituent base needs to know those answers. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. You've been chairing for the last, couple years. So, and thank you to all of my finance committee colleagues. I couldn't be there in person a lot of time because I'm at the state now, but I truly do appreciate you all.
Thank you.
Thank you,
very much.
friend.
We appreciate you.
Mr. O'Connor.
And your input and enthusiasm. You have a lot of enthusiasm.
It's been amazing serving with you.
Bring us some money in that next budget.
Thanks so much. I'll try.
Thank you very much. We have a motion to adjourn. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. We are adjourned, and thank you all. Thank you all for your patience and for your participation.